Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where by the end of play this evening, we'll find out the 6 players that are going to be through to finals night tomorrow evening. And what a lineup we have in store. We already know Wesley Plaisir is there. Mike Warburton has got a vice-like grip on Group C, where there's a couple of big names who could be in a little bit of trouble. Now has to find the treble 17, but covers with dart 2, tops to win, and Ben Payne is on the board. Job done. 2-8 to get the job done, and now double 4 for 4 legs, and a 4-0 win for Adam Paxton. Gets a smile. Will Crabtree be smiling? Bullseye again. This time he finds it, and it is 127 and game.
Marsh trying to fire that between the barrels. 18. The tops for the match.
Game shot of the match, Mike Warburton.
And it's a win. Yeah, Group C is dominated by Mike Warburton at the top of the table. Crabtree and Adam Paxton, they're going to be jousting it out for that second position through to the finals. But alongside Wesley Plaisir, another man guaranteed to be here tomorrow night is Matthew Egg. I suppose it's one of the nice things about commentating, always guaranteed to be in a final.
Well, I wouldn't be getting if I was playing, would I? But we've got a real good dramatic week coming and really sort of coming together here. I think there was a graphic yesterday when it all started. The drama continues. The drama started. What a dramatic day we had yesterday, all the way across from both Group C and B. And there's still plenty to play for going into today.
We'll talk Group C in just a second, but last night Group B got underway. It was a group ultimately dominated by Aidan Kirk, winning each of his 4 games. And the one thing about Aidan, and we alluded to it when we were in commentary last night, was just his reliability across every single game. You just felt like scoring-wise he was there, and when he had chances, you didn't think that he was going to pass them by.
I call it functionality, the functionality of the game, the control, the level of sort of domination you have over it, whether it's first start, last start, it doesn't matter. Get the out, don't let your opponent get a revisit to the board. When we look at the stats of Aidan Kirk, the running averages and the averages for each individual game, he didn't do anything that really stood out where you go, like with Wesley Plaisir, he's winning at a 96 average for the week. It wasn't that sort of performance for Aidan Kirk where he blew the field away in that way. It was just clinical, dominating performance. I was so impressed with Aidan Kirk. I've never seen gameplay and match play like it, certainly from Aidan.
Well, we're going to watch that action again from 10 p.m. this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel. However, this afternoon we're going to see the culmination of Group C, a group which is led by Mike Warburton, following the first day's play, winning each of his 5 matches. And we said on Wednesday afternoon when we were talking about Mike, if he plays to a similar standard, similar level to Group A, he'll get more joy. Well, he had perfect joy yesterday.
Well, we said from the very start of the week, if you remember, when we looked at the odds at the beginning of the week, we said, where's the value? We said, maybe it's Mike Warburton because we know what he can do. We know he's got this very reliable action. And when he gets that little bit of confidence going, the grip between the teeth, he plays better when he's just got that little bit of fire in the belly and just that little bit of anger in the game rather than frustration. He went to the side of frustration during Group A, but you can easily get frustrated when you're in a group that he was. It was a very, very tough week. But dropping into this Group C, he was the dominant force yesterday. He could do it again today.
2 players, tied on 6 points, Cam Crabtree and Adam Paxton. We'll talk about Adam first. Debut day on that stage, and it didn't look like he was a debut. He felt very at home, and there was a lot of performances there he can be very pleased with.
Mike Warburton alluded to it, didn't he, at the start of the day, that the best thing for him was to get Adam Paxton early on because he got better and better as the day went on. And I think that's going to be the same situation here. When we look at sort of the career of Adam Paxton, we look into it, it sort of takes him a little bit of time normally to settle when he takes up to the level. So when he starts playing Super League or County, it just takes him a few games or a little bit of time. Once he settles into that stage, he does really well. And then you start doing the tour events, and he settled to that pretty quick. And then he's come in here and took a game or 2. Today he's going to be settled, and I think we see a better version of him today. And I think we're going to see a very good Adam Paxton. I think we've got a player here.
What about Cam Crabtree? It's felt like such a weird week as far as he's concerned. And yesterday, a really strange day because he had the 102 average, but a couple of performances that maybe we thought he was past.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one to assess with Cam because we expect more from him and he certainly expects more from himself. I would say at times he's lazy. the right word? Or so you can get idle. Certainly when you're playing a full week, you can sort of become expectant of results, expectant of darts. We've seen a few flyer darts, a few drop violently low, and you sort of just go into sort of the flow and you just sort of go onto autopilot. I think maybe Cam, with the success that he's had elsewhere and what he's had here, maybe at times has just become a bit expectant rather than going up there and making something happen.
So in the respect that he's in a position where it could go wrong very quickly, do you expect a different side? Because there's almost that, not air of panic, but that air of things need to be done.
When you start the week, you've got 5 days, 5 lives, 5 opportunities. Today is the day. That's it. If he doesn't do it today, he's gone home and he's not through to Saturday, and that'll be a bitter disappointment for a player of the quality of Cam Crabtree. I think we see the best version of him today because jeopardy is up, and that's where we're going to see the best.
Well, the bookies haven't lost faith with him. He goes in second favourite to win Group C. No surprise, Mike Warburton leads the betting. 4-11 to go on and win the group. Does it feel like Mike Warburton will run away with it and we're probably going to be seeing who gets second?
I think when you look at the group, and I don't want to write people off, but Bevan didn't win a game yesterday. He was played better than a player that didn't win a game. Ben Payne's been struggling all week and looked a little bit sort of elbow issues yesterday. Scott Marsh has been a bit erratic with his performance. So Warburton's probably going to look at those three and think, oh, I'll beat those three. So that'll put him on 16 points already. So, I mean, if it plays to type and it plays to that form and it plays to those expectations, that's a very good price on Warburton, 4-11.
Well, let's have a look at the odds for the week because it makes some very interesting reading. Wesley Plaisir hadn't played yesterday, but his odds have come in even more, and that didn't even feel possible. But the biggest mover is Aidan Kirk. He was 14-1 yesterday. He's pretty much crashed in half in terms of price at 13-2.
I think take Wesley Plaisir out, and you'd normally say in a week that that's a wide open week and who could come through, but it's all about Wesley, isn't it? He's been head and shoulders above. What we saw yesterday wasn't a level of consistency that's going to worry Wesley. I'm sure he's going to be tuning in and having a look, and he'll probably like what he sees. I think, again, I don't normally like going with a favourite. I like to find a bit of value somewhere, but when you've got Wesley Plaisir at the top of the tree at even money, I think that's where you got to go.
Well, it's 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Friday afternoon. And we're going to get into our first game of the afternoon session. We'll start as we finished yesterday as Ben Payne takes on Bevan. And it's all about the race to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Well, game one sees Ben Payne and Scott Marsh go toe-to-toe on the Oki. Well done, Henry. Great start to the day. Well, both players looking for a good start to this Friday here at the Live Lounge. Important, both in need, really, of a quick start to the day. Now, Ben Payne in the middle part of yesterday was struggling with injury, but won this game against Scott Marsh, age 41 from Orpington. The former British Open champion is Marshy, who has swapped the blue and the green, because together they can't be seen. As for Ben Payne, age 31, he'll be hoping to make it through to the finals night in his second appearance here. He's given himself a bit of a lifeline by winning this fixture yesterday. And that was despite, at times, having to go through the pain barrier a little bit. Struggled against Crabtree of Warburton, and it looked like he was just clutching his shoulder a little bit. For Marsh, well, he's hoping for a big day today. He's going to need a big day today if he's going to gate crash the top two, and if he's going to do it, he's going to need better darts than that.
9.
I quite like the idea of the Payne barrier. Can Scott Marsh go through the Payne barrier? The barrier is Ben
96.
Payne. Couldn't get through it yesterday. Did turn it around. Was 3-1 down. Managed to bring it back. Had a match start at tops. But didn't get over the line. And this is a very wayward start
65.
for Scott Marsh. You just want to get up there and start well. Throw some straight darts.
100.
But Ben Payne has shown us signs, hasn't he, throughout the week? Signs that he can play to that level that we saw the last time he was here at the Super Series.
81.
It's just been a week of moments, hasn't it, for Ben, as opposed to it being done in a consistent scale. But one thing he has been
94.
doing is trying to learn from the experience. Actually, after the session, obviously we worked the double session days, and I was eating at an Italian restaurant. And looking out of the window,
60.
him and Wesley Plaisir were passing by the window with some takeaway food in their hand. So spending a little bit of time with Wesley, and who knows, that knowledge and
37.
Wesley maybe giving him some advice may help him as well. And I feel like this week isn't about what happens here and now for Ben Payne. It's what he can take from it.
60. 43.
You'll probably have a little bit of confidence here in this fixture, knowing that it was a game he won yesterday, and also the fact that Scott Marsh yesterday didn't really find the level of
60.
consistency
Benacar,
that
131.
we saw from him a few years ago when he was making events like the Lakeside. He's been given a real opportunity here, Ben Payne, to get the breaker throw.
21.
18 darts thrown by Scott Marsh, still not down to a finish.
There we go. That's more like it. And suddenly, he could take the ascendancy of his leg. He's struggled to find 8 but he's now found 2, and he leaves himself on
126.
top.
Benacar, 110.
But this is Ben's strength. It's been his strength all week. When he gets down to the finishers, when he gets down to the doubles.
54. Scott Lucar, 40.
The target that Scott Marsh missed with the last start
Getting shot on the first leg, Scott
thrown
Marsh.
yesterday against Ben Payne. He gets it first time of asking this occasion. And somehow,
Sound like Ben
despite that
goes
start
first.
from Scott Marsh,
Game on.
where he scored just over about 10 points in his first 5 darts, he ends up winning the leg.
58.
They're the chances Ben Payne's got to take, and that's the difference when you work through the levels. They are golden opportunities.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here at the Super Series on this Friday afternoon. All comments and posts are appreciated.
84.
Even if Matthew Edgar's doing your boxing.
Yep.
100.
Thanks for that. I'm sure I'll get over that when I look at my salary.
Oh, hi, Mace.
15.
You a little bit tired, a little bit jaded today? Well, I think it's fair to say that neither
96.
player have got out the blocks all guns blazing so far. Feels like a little bit of a slow burner.
52.
Well, essentially, with the league table position, these guys are coming here to qualify. That's what they'll still be thinking is well and truly on the cards, and it is. They go through the card. 14 points is normally enough. So
60.
this will have a little bit of nerves and edginess about it, because they'll both be feeling this is last chance saloon and a very, very winnable game. But
56.
not thinking there, was he, Scott Marsh? Last start at the single 20. Well, went for the treble 20, but didn't give himself the opportunity where switching to a different treble would have meant a single would have still left a finish. So no clarity
62.
of thought here in the early part of the game.
However, Marsh does have the opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead if he can
28.
pin the
Scott
ton.
Lucar, 100.
Treble 19, double 19, 95 left.
32. 58. Scott Lucar, 68.
To double the lead, and Ben Payne knows it. He had an opportunity in leg 1. It's kind of dwelled into leg 2 for him. Tops of Marsh for a 2-zip lead. He's in control of this contest. His scoring hasn't been up to scratch, but the doubling's been okay. 2 from 2 so far.
Game on. $32.
Well, you said we like our interactions and our communications.
81.
We've got Carl Wilson in the chat saying, looking forward to playing up on that stage when I get my call up after winning the South East and London qualifiers. That on the ADC, which anyone's able to go play and get your way here to the Super Series. And
27.
that is a name that when the ADC qualifiers was reeled off, we was told to keep an eye out for.
Yes, and I've had that from a number of different sources as well.
There's no pressure, Carl. The eyes are on.
Talk about Carls, there's another Carl who's a good mate with Glenn Dunn and Carl Coleman playing next week. I'm sure we'll be hearing Rax Liverpool about him suddenly. And then what's happening here? They couldn't hit a barn door a couple of minutes ago, and now they've hit a max apiece.
I mean, let's be straight with what it was.
58.
One player was averaging mid-60s, the other one was in the 50s, and they reeled off 180s. But that just goes to show what these games do. They tend to follow patterns. If one player struggles, the other player tends to struggle as well. It happens so often. And a lot of that comes down to because you always feel that opportunity. You feel like you've got to jump in. You feel like you've got to take advantage of the situation.
Well, not to rear up last night again, but you saw that in the games
82.
involving Harry Gregory. Probably apart from Aidan Kirk, but then he played him first.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see Jared Cole really struggling with the situation, couldn't you, at times?
65. Scott Lucar, 122.
Bullseye for a 3-0 lead for Scott Marsh.
88. Ben Ricard,
He'll be
100.
back again tonight, won't he, Harry Gregory, hoping to put something right. But another one of those for Ben Payne would
80.
put things right.
Scott Lucar,
There's
34.
the frustration.
The letter spotted, double 17. Now going to be a dart at double 8.
18.
Doesn't go, and so
Ben
Payne
Ricard,
has got
20.
to root back into this match if he can fire home the double 10. Doesn't go.
No score. Scott
And it
Lucar,
means that this
16.
is the third consecutive leg which is spanned into 8 visits.
Getting shot on
And
the
double
third
8
leg.
will win it
Scott
for Marsh, and he's won every leg in this contest. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg bender through first. Game on. $80.
Now, I don't want this to feel like it's turning into a long-distance interview throughout the middle part of this game, but Carl Wilson has put
60.
in, he said, don't mind the eyes being on him. Can't wait to get playing. Just going to keep up the practice. I like that. I like that.
57.
That's what you want to be here at the Super Series for, isn't it? It's why you go to those ADC qualifiers, because you want the eyes on you. You want people to be watching. You want the opportunity.
44.
Just like Ben Payne, he went to his ADC qualifier, got himself here again. This is his second time here at the Super
125.
Series. And I'm sure he'll be wanting more experiences up there. He is about to take a little break from the game, though. Probably at the conclusion of this.
28.
5 weeks away from the birth of his son, which, as most people will know, completely changes your life and priorities
59.
for the next sort of 12 to 18 months. Certainly, in regards to having any expectation of sleep.
22.
Did say that there's a potential that maybe he'll give Q School a go.
100. $133. Benuka 80.
Tops.
60. $92. Benuka 20.
To get a leg on the board, double 10. How does he find a way through? How does he find a way through? Well, he doesn't.
10. Scott Lucar 122.
Perfectly laid for another. Bullseye to win it in style. Bullseye is found to win it in style. Well, it wasn't a classic match, but Scott Marsh beats Ben Payne by 4 legs to 0. It moves him on to 6 points in the group. Coming up next, Adam Paxton against Llew Bevan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are now about to watch Adam Paxton and Llew Bevan go toe-to-toe on the stage. Well, these two were two of the players that joined us from the beginning of yesterday, as opposed to playing in Group A. For Adam, a really good first day. Finds himself level on points with Crabtree in second spot. Can actually overhaul Shazam with a win here. I think it's Llew Bevan who, in terms of the scoring, wasn't too bad, but it was the doubles that were the issue. But Paxton, 24 years of age, hit a 9-dart at the ADC Tour Championship and is continuing to grow his ever-glistening resume up against another player his age from Manclocock in Wales. I've been told, by the way, on good authority, I pronounce it perfectly. And he is hoping to be picture perfect today. Here's Llew. The chances of making it through are very slim, but what he can do is stop somebody else from making it into Saturday night's final. If he beats Adam Paxton here, it would open up the door for Crabtree against Warburton in our third game of the session. There's our referee, the legend, the man who's refereed multiple World Championship finals, Paul Hinks.
Before we get into the conversation again about how impressed
58.
we've been with Adam Paxton and what we expect to see from him moving forward today, I think Llew Bevan yesterday was unfortunate. This is what he was doing so well, really hammering that treble 20, but the doubles completely letting him down. And this is a guy who is so much better than the league table
100.
shows. And I think some of the punters or some of the people that play along at home may just look at the results yesterday and think that Bevan
57.
might not have the game. He has got the game. He is a quality dart player, an international player playing for Wales, who have just recently picked up the Tri-Nations
59.
Championship. The problem was the double. 7 from 39, 17%. He could easily double that ratio today.
100.
And if he does, I think he's going to pick up 3, 4. Potentially, he's got the ability to do all 5.
40.
And the players know that. They know he's a lot better than a man sat at the bottom of the table on 0.
I think the biggest question is you hope that he knows, because it can be so
60.
easy, isn't it, when you've had a day like that for your head to completely sink. But I don't think Llew's got that makeup or DNA, if the truth be told.
140.
The beauty is it's very clear and
144.
evident where the problem lies. It's not questions. The worst thing to have is questions. Why did that go wrong? How did that go wrong? It's very, very simple when it went
58.
wrong.
Adam
The doubles,
Newcar 104.
the finishing just wasn't up to par.
Well, Paxton can't
88.
finish off leg 1 here, but he's going to leave himself on
86.
double 8. Bevan here for the break. May just be a solitary dart of the bullseye. And the bullseye it is. Well, that was perfect. And maybe practice does make perfect. The bullseye succulently in the middle. Bevan breaks, leads 1-0, with Paxton sat on a double to win it himself.
He's going to be a problem today, I think,
140.
Bevan. He's going to upset the people at the top of the table, and Paxton is one of those. I mean,
100.
mathematically, Bevan can still do it. But that'll probably mean he's got to win all his games 4-0, and other people have got to lose 4-0 in certain places. It'd be
81.
one of the most unbelievable turnarounds you'd ever see.
Well, for Paxton, the start is key,
140.
because he plays this game here, and then he's got Crabtree in his second. If he loses both of them and Crabtree beats Warburton and does the double, he'll find himself 4 points off the pace with 6 points
140.
left to play for. And Crabtree would still have to play the players at the bottom of the table. Actually, for Crabtree, he could put it in his own hands if he wins his first 2.
140.
Because he'll then have the 3 players
140.
further down the table thereafter. But Bevan here looking for 140 for a 2-0 lead. Cannot find the second treble. He's going to leave himself on double 10 if this doesn't go.
1-2-1 after 9, and a wayward dart, a slip. And when the standard's this high, that is all it could take to lose the leg.
81.
He's a double after 12. Solid leg from Paxton. But this
the
is
second
the
leg.
Llew Bevan we all know. And the Llew Bevan we expected to see yesterday.
So they got him to through
I
first.
don't know about you,
Game
Matt,
on.
but I felt that was a bigger question mark than the bullseye in the first leg, because that was kind of where the misses were, wasn't it, for Llew, was when he had 3 in hand.
100. $180.
I mean, just to confirm statistically what we're seeing here in this increased relevant performance from Bevan,
45.
the average is now over 100. We're at 101.31 right now. And doesn't look like he's too far stretched.
180.
And he's on the 9. What a turnaround this would be. Yesterday, he lost every single game. Today in game number 1,
81.
he could take out the biggest leg of them all.
What a turnaround this would be. What a moment it would have been. But he just grazes the treble 19 just above. But this is the important bit now, just to bring the heart rate down. He does that. He is on for a 10 darter. It would be our second 10 darter of the week. And it's acknowledged there by his opponent, Adam Paxton.
But let's think about the context around this leg. This is on the Adam Paxton throw. This is a potential break. And this will be something that Cam Crabtree will be cheering in the back room, because a sizable result here would really affect the legs difference as well.
No score.
Time on his side.
However, Paxton can pile the pressure on. Pile it on he will. Now we'll know what Bevan's like on the doubling stakes here. 2 16s for a free zip lead. Now up for double 8. Now the misses begin to become apparent, but not there. And Cloud Bevan leads by 3 legs to 0. He has the darts to seal the match. And we saw yesterday from Adam in that game against Crabtree where he averaged in excess of 101 and lost. And it'll feel kind of similar here where he's playing well, but he's getting absolutely no reward whatsoever. But just a slight opening there.
140.
Really good contest. However,
45.
Clo hasn't won a game so far this week. And so now the mentality changes, because he can, for the first time, see
93.
the finishing line in sight.
$60. 58.
What this has done is put the rest of the field on notice. They would have, as you mentioned earlier on, that Llew is a better player than what yesterday showed,
96.
but he is showing it now.
I think he was showing it yesterday. It just weren't the full, complete game where he wasn't able to take out the finishes. And I suppose our eyes have been drawn to the fact here of the performance of Bevan because it's been so improved. But I think we're missing the point here. That Adam Paxton's also improved, and he's playing very, very well himself. He's actually averaging 94. Granted, that is a scoring average because he's yet to have a dart at the double until now.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And makes no problem when he gets one. That's one breaker throw back for Pac-Man.
5th leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
And we see so many times, don't we, in these short horse races, how quickly a game can swing on a moment, and it could well just be that. Because Bevan showed signs of slowing down in that last leg.
46.
And those signs are becoming apparent again here.
I think you're right. The blows that he'd taken yesterday and now being so close to the finishing line and putting that right. Maybe even the distraction of the potential 9-darter, because we saw the reaction after he missed dart number 8.
97.
Maybe just that break in concentration. Remember when a 9-darter was a thing that didn't happen every single week in darts? That a lot of the time the player who hit the 9 would go on to lose the game because of that adrenaline spike.
It happened so regularly. Now we had 2 in 2 matches last week.
170.
Yeah, it's almost lost its special nature now, hasn't it? Now we need to see 2 9-darters in a game.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But what a shot that is from Paxton. He's just took out the 112 and now the 170. We said he's playing well. He's fighting back hard. His average now hits 100. This is not over.
Bevan desperately needs to hold here, you feel. Because you say to this goes all the way, Paxton will take it out. And at 3-0 down, by the way, in running, Adam Paxton was a 7-1 outside horse with the odds compilers.
I think we're seeing a little bit more class here from Adam Paxton. Yesterday we've shown good darts, which is great, but it's doing it in the right context as well, which goes from being good darts to being class. And then you associate that class with the player. And right now, Adam Paxton is showing us some serious skills.
$85.
Needed that last dart. Needed it desperately.
do feel if Paxton gets the throw here,
58.
having the darts in the last leg could be the deciding factor and could get himself over the line, keep himself in the running.
140.
He was just under a little bit of pressure. That 140 was an excellent turn from Bevan, but look at the pressure that could well be applied here. Two trebles leads Paxton on 160. But this to win the match. You've already seen Paxton hit a couple of ton toppers. Can Bevan finish off for the 120? Tots for the match, and Tots for his first win on the live lounge stage this week. Llew Bevan with the W. He beats Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 2 in a real entertaining encounter. Paxton losing an average of 97.93. Bevan got out the gates quickly, threatened the 9. Paxton was on the comeback charge, those couple of ton plus outs, including the fish. Bevan beats Paxton 4-2, and that means now the door has opened up for Cam Crabtree. If he beats Mike Warburton, he'll move 2 points clear, and he'll play Paxton in the second round of fixtures. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Llew Bevan beat Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 2. That's despite Paxton averaging just under 98 and 2 ton plus checkouts. Bevan winning over a ton plus checkout of his own, the 120 to seal a 4-2 victory. And it means now that as far as the table is concerned, it gives Cam Crabtree the position to really motor away with proceedings. He can move on to 8 points, 2 clear of Paxton, 2 clear of Marsh, and he played Paxton in the next game as well. But for Mike Warburton, well, he can effectively put himself on the hill because he can find himself 6 points clear of third place with a victory in this one with 8 points left to play for. So big game, big consequences for both players. Warburton in a very good position going into day 2's worth of proceedings. But for Cam Crabtree, he's got a bit of work to do, his Shazam. His task could well be made easier with a win here because of that defeat for Paxton in his opening match. But he is taking on Mr. Consistency himself, Mike Warburton, who drubbed Crabtree by 4 legs to 0 in this fixture yesterday. And Warburton didn't have to be anywhere near his best to win that particular match. You expect a different performance from Cam Crabtree in this one compared to the one that he put in yesterday. But the numbers for Warby were kind of reminiscent of the ones that he put in all week, wasn't it? 88.05 the average, 42% on the doubles. He played anywhere near that level today. He's going to be through quite comfortably.
I think we've been focusing on the wrong area here, you know, in looking for the early story. We'd sort of been looking in that second place qualification between Paxton and Crabtree, and now Scott Marsh, who beat Ben Payne in the opener. But I think this has worked out perfectly, actually, for Mike Warburton. Because with Paxton losing,
First leg counted
Warburton now
through
playing
first.
Crabtree. After 6 laps of fixtures,
Game on.
Warburton could be 6 points clear in a qualification place with victory here, with only 8 points left to play for. I think victory here for Warburton, and I think his friends and family should start booking their tickets.
180.
However, what did we say at the start of the show? Jeopardy time. There is no second chances. There is no extra day. You can't keep losing. Today's the day. And that's when I think Crabtree is going
100.
to stand up and produce his best. And what a way to kick off his campaign today.
Well, you'd say that in terms of this Group C, in terms of names, this is the
96.
heavyweight fixture. This is the one with the two players with the biggest reputations. Maybe not the biggest CVs. Although, in the case of Crabtree, that grows all the time. Warburton, of course, former Welsh Open
140.
champion, and that's the title that he holds dearest to his heart because of the circumstances and the reasonings behind
58.
that victory. There was a real family moment when he won that title back in 2018 in Prestatyn. Then went on to make the semi-finals of the
100.
World Masters.
Camera car
And he's one of those players of which
167.
COVID probably could tell the progress that he was making. COVID helped the progress of Crabtree because it was from there he played online during lockdown, and
59.
this is part of the
Micro
reason why
car
we're seeing him do what he's doing
161.
now. Warburton's not going to take out the 161. Crabtree
65.
looking at
Camera
this
car
108 to take out
108.
the first leg. He had 5 ton plus checkouts yesterday, including 3 in that game against Adam Paxton, which helped him en route to a
100.
4-1 victory. He's going to leave
Micro car
himself on a
96.
double if Warburton cannot find the 96.
This is where he was so good yesterday and throughout this week, wasn't it, Mike Warburton? These sort of shots, this sort of range,
56. Camera car 8.
this much more gettable here for Crabtree. Double 4. Down to 2s. Big inhale of breath.
Game shot on the first leg. Cam
And can
Crabtree.
let it all out with relief.
Well, that double is one
Second leg
that
Mike
will
to through
forever
first.
toy with him for as
Game
long
on.
as he's in this building, because that was a double that he left, and the double he never got a go at when Andreas Harrison pinned the 1-2-1 to win Series 7. I don't think I've actually spoken to you about this, Matt.
100.
And we spent a lot of time in the commentary box since.
We do.
Probably feels longer for you than it does for me. But in terms of clutch shots under pressure,
100.
in your opinion, what you've seen, and you've watched a lot of darts in your time, where does that go up there as?
As far as Andreas Harrison goes,
140.
right at the very top. And a lot of the time it's the context in which it happens and what it means for the players. That was a £25,000 winning
91.
shot for Andreas Harrison in his career. And you look at the paydays he's had from darts, that dwarfs anything that he has earned. And to earn it in that style absolutely goes up towards the very top.
100.
Another solid leg from Warburton, leaving himself on 161 after 9. Crabtree needs a couple of trebles.
Just to add more context to that,
60.
it's because it's
Micro car
relevant to that time
161.
and place. Watch when Luke Littler won here for the first time. It looked like he just won the lottery. He was emotional. He didn't get that emotional win in the Premier League because at the time the context had changed
65.
to what that title meant to him and the money meant to him at that moment in time. When he won here, £20,000 was a massive, as he described, life-changing moment.
58. Micro car 96.
He said he could do anything he wanted with 20 grand.
Probably just bought a few FIFA packs, didn't he?
Foot champs. 19 here for Warby.
49.
And he has got time to take out leg 2, but Crabtree applying maximum pressure.
140.
140 needs himself on a single to double. If Warburton is not up to the task, hasn't had a double so far in this contest, although that's going to change right here, right now. One more in hand at 888.
Getting shot on the
And you
second
didn't
leg.
expect
Mike
to miss, did
Warburton.
you? 2-0. Oh, sorry, 1-1. What am I on about?
Third leg comes you through first. Game on. $58.
One of those games of patience from Warburton where he's just waiting for that moment to pounce against the throat. And this could be the moment with Crabtree kicking off dry.
100. $57.
Back-to-back visits without a treble there for Crabtree. Warburton says thank you very much.
100.
Ever reliable, ever consistent. I suppose there's only one way really to beat Mike Warburton, is it? That's to beat him. And it's just a play on words. Do you lose
96.
the game or do you get beaten? And that's what Crabtree said when he talked about that game with Andreas Harrison. He said he beat him because it wasn't like Crabtree had darts, missed them, missed opportunities where he feels he's lost that game. And that's when it's so much harder to deal with.
He's had to deal with a similar adversity this week.
61.
And Plaisir went a bit bonkers with the big fish and the 10-dart leg. And he finds himself on the back foot now. Warburton averaging about 93, 12 points in excess
65.
of that of Crabtree, and has left himself on 96 after 12. Crabtree has to fire big here. But that first dart's going above the wire more often than
65.
we've usually seen.
96.
And that's not ideal for the way that Crabtree's darts land. The flat angle of entry just blocks the treble. And that was a look of worry, a look of panic.
56. Kamrakar
He's in trouble here of
167.
potentially losing his throat and getting really drawn into a big battle here in Group C for a qualification
40.
place. And when things aren't going, that
Kamrakar
tends to
40.
become more magnified.
And Warburton, not one to care at all. Comes back for double 10. Up for double 5. Doesn't
30.
go, but Crabtree, because of that bounce out, finds himself on the
127.
127, which he did find yesterday. He's probably going to have to get it here to save throw and to put himself 2-1 up. He's going to give himself a dart at double 8,
111.
which just grazes the
Kamrakar
wire.
10.
So Warby been given a scare. Doesn't usually spurn second chances. Doesn't usually spurn second chances.
5.
But he has there.
Kamrakar 16.
And this for Crabtree, if he finds this and holds throw here, will feel a little bit like a get out of jail free card. He's probably had no right to win this leg. And he may
12.
not win the leg.
Kamrakar 5.
Is that the chance that Warburton needed to break
Being
the
shot on
throw?
third
Yes,
leg.
it
Mike
was.
Warburton.
And now we can categorically
Fourth
say
leg, Mike,
Crabtree's
you
in
through
trouble.
first. Game on.
All working out pretty well
140.
for Mike Warburton, but my mind just went down a real big rabbit hole then. Do you want to know the thought process?
I mean, you're going to tell me anyway.
Absolutely. So when he was going for the
46.
127, my mind thought, oh, this would do him dirty. And then I thought, well, actually, that's what happened to Cam Crabtree against Andreas Harrison. He did him dirty with a 1-2-1. And then I thought Dirty
60.
is Andreas Harrison's nickname. And then I thought, I was on comms that day, and if I could have that moment back, I would say he's just done him dirty when Andreas Harrison won the title.
135.
What a moment that would have been.
The only problem was Chris Mason had the mic.
We've got to use that next time Harrison's here. Done him dirty.
60.
Filthy darts.
I'm sure Glenn Dunn will do that week in. He'll probably mention it about 5 times now. He's said it.
140.
He'll do you dirty, Matt.
$96.
Now, Warburton first to finish, but Crabtree looking to leave something more makeable. Want to give for 140 about now. Finds it.
140.
Better like this.
145.
Yeah, real good character here from Crabtree. It's all well and good winning and doing everything when things are going right, but he went over to the table, he put his darts down, regathered his thoughts, sort of came back,
97.
reapproached it, not just
40.
letting it all run away. Real good signs of experience from the 20-year-old.
Getting shot on the
He
fourth
levels this
way.
up for a
Crabtree.
14 darter, 2 apiece.
See, that impresses me more. If
Looks like
Crabtree would have
Campbell's
came
in
up
first.
here,
Game on.
blown Warburton away, averaging 100, yes, it'd be impressive, but what we've just seen there is more impressive. The resilience, the ability to reset and
100.
rebuild in the middle of a game that's not going to plan. That is more valuable than hitting the ground running, and because you're not always going to do that. Sometimes you need to do it different ways. Sometimes you need to just have that
100.
pause and that rebuild in the middle part of a game.
He's not a young player that's not got any experience, and actually, I think the fact that he's had the height, the heartbreak, and the
125.
lows, I think will serve him better. And we see a lot of players that burst onto the scene and they get their talk up. They haven't had any jeopardy in their career, and as soon as they get that, they don't know how to react to that. And I think that's where
100.
Cam will have that extra bit of experience in the bank that will help him along the line the further he progresses.
I just think what he's been through already at 20 years old, and not a 20 years old that's been playing darts since I
100.
was 10, 11, like the news stories seem to be with the developments of junior darts and JDC and competitions. This is someone who came sort of very late teens to the sport.
100.
If it wasn't for lockdown, we wouldn't be seeing him altogether. And now, this is pretty much his full-time occupation.
60.
However, only a 60 there has just opened up the door to Warburton a little bit. And when doors open for Warby, he will strike and he will take advantage.
177.
wow.
Counter car 116.
That's the question of Crabtree. Has he got another big one in the locker? Not on this occasion.
60.
Won't be
Final
adding to
car,
the
24.
5 ton plus checkouts he took out yesterday.
And so Warburton, free in hand at double 12 to move 3-2 in front. And there
He's
was
shot
no
on the fifth
mistake.
leg.
There was never
Mike
going to be a
Warburton.
mistake. It's a 13 darter for Mike Warburton to break, and now he has the
Six leg
darts to
Mike
beat
to through
Crabtree.
first.
It
Game
would
on.
move him 6 points clear at the top of the table with 8 left to play for. He would pretty much be home and hosed, and it would mean that game 6 between Paxton and Crabtree would hold oh so extra significance.
60.
Crabtree has it all to do here. His back's against the
96.
wall. But this is gritty match play at its finest.
60.
This is I take a chunk out of you, you take a chunk out of me. Real tungsten bash up.
85.
Was they saying rugby, knocking lumps out of one another?
58.
However, for Crabtree, any slip from here could well be his last.
Time is ticking. The jeopardy is rising. Warburton rising to the occasion.
180.
First 180 of the game for Warburton, but his second maximum visit. The last one, the 177, that put him in a position to break the throw of
56.
Crabtree.
Mike
And now he's got a chance to break the heart of Cam Crabtree, because he's got 6 starts at 101 to do the double over Crabtree and keep his unbeaten record going here in Group C.
I mean, if Crabtree's going to do it, he's going to have
69.
to do it the hard way. His hardest 2 fixtures on paper were his first 2, and it looks like he's about to lose the first of them. Because you do not expect
45. Mike
Warburton to pass up 3 opportunities at 32. Crabtree realistically needs him to miss 6. And it's a win for Warburton. It's 6 of the best for the Welshman, who opens up a 6-point gap at the top of the table. He is 6 clear with 8 left to play for. For Cam Crabtree, well, there is a lot of work to do now if he is to make it through. He's still just about in second place. He plays Paxton in the next game. Coming up after the break, Llew Bevan, who was very impressive against Paxton, takes on Scott Marsh. Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have completed our first 3 games before the break. Mike Warburton beat Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 2. That means he's opened up a 6-point gap at the top of the table from Crabtree and Paxton respectively. And Scott Marsh can actually leapfrog the pair into P2 if he can get the better of Llew Bevan in this one. But beware of Llew Bevan, who played really well last time out. Average 91.52, but that probably realistically was an average higher than that. He'd had 1 bad leg in there. 4 from 9 on the doubles, 120 checkout. He's turned on the style today And it has to be said, Scott Marsh beat Ben Payne by 4-0, and there wasn't really much to
First leg, Cloud
glance
blue
at as
first.
far as he was concerned. He's going to have to
Game
up the
on.
levels if he is to win this game against Bevan, who we said yesterday was better than a player that was on 0 points, and he showed that in game 1, and he's showing it already in game 2.
140.
I think the real frustration for Bevan is that he didn't just even get one win. Just one win would have given him a real opportunity to still have some genuine hope in this group. I mean, Mike Warburton's almost going to become his
135.
best friend now for the rest of the day, because he's going to want Warburton to keep beating people because he's out of reach for Bevan.
140.
But this is what he was doing yesterday, wasn't he? He was scoring so well. He just didn't gel it all together. Scott Marsh, though, is still in the race for a qualifying place.
96.
He picking up a 4-0 victory in the opening game against Ben Payne. It really gave him some hope, especially after seeing Paxton and Crabtree both losing that opening round of fixtures.
60.
A win here for Scott Marsh would temporarily move him into a qualifying position, P2.
$100. Claudio Car 161.
Trouble 17 would have left the bullseye out.
97.
You get the sense that Marsh
Claudio
is going to
Car
have to
170.
take out the fish to take out leg 1. And he is not up to that particular task. And so Bevan will be back for 64
44.
to lead
Claudio
by
Car
a leg to
64.
0. Double 8. Now double 4. Goes inside
60.
and that could be an issue.
Scott the Car 126.
Marsh back for the 126. Treble 19, sorry, for the bull. 57 bull. Doesn't go, but Bevan is going to have to come back for the double 2.
$46. Claudio Car 4.
So 2 2s for 1-0 lead. Well, that should be a perfect dart. Is the
He's shown the
perfect
first
dart.
leg. Clark
And there's been a
Bevan.
few puncher marks in that double 2 today. And Bevan is up 1-0.
Second leg, Scots is through first. Game on.
17 tartar there in the end for Bevan, which is a massive improvement. When we look at his daily average
97.
yesterday, 81, you look where 88 is, that crosses over a boundary, which means he is using 1 visit less today, which should mean he's always going to be competitive when we're looking at a group with a daily average of 82.
140. $140. $41. $140.
Tom 40 for Marsh leaves himself on a finish after 9, and it's been a little bit, well, conspicuous for clear with this big
60.
leg. 140,
Scott the Car
41. Followed by a
124.
60.
Didn't need to look at the 14s, would never have entertained the
92.
ball in that situation with Bevan back on 260. Does the right thing there, Scott Marsh just leaving the double after 12.
100. Scott the Car 32.
So 32 for Marsh to square this game up at 1-1. This would be for 13 data. He could have pinned it first time of asking. Well, now it gets a little bit awkward.
No score.
Very
Claudio
awkward.
Car 160.
So Bevan needs to find something out the top drawer here. But he's not going to pin the 160 for the break of throw. But he's going
100.
to pile it on Scott
Scott the
again.
Car 32.
Is there ready to pounce should Scott Marsh follow up the error.
Getting shot on the second leg. Scott Marsh.
Tidies it up nicely. And it almost looks like he's trying to
Third
Back a bit of
cloud
a
is through
smile there,
first.
Scott
Game
Marsh. He's
on.
probably inside really happy that his game's actually coming out on this occasion. Yes, he won that first game, but he was probably walk off a bit
60.
disappointed with the performance. Was losing the light. Finding quite a few 5s and 1s.
Well, let's have a look at the angle of
43.
entry for the players. As you can see here with Llew going at a low angle. That first start, as you can see there, is a bit of a disaster for him.
57.
Yeah, just sort of lays down and blocks up the bed. Scott Marsh, very different, an upwards angle of entry. So he ideally wants it on the top wire. So both players sort of doing the opposite there of what they would have wanted with the way their
58.
darts behave. But that is different, isn't it, for Scott Marsh? Because he hasn't always had this angle of entry. It used to be a lot more like what we're seeing with Mr. Bevan.
140.
I had a chat with Scott this morning. Bumped into him. And he was actually saying that part of the reason for it is a bit more of a front-loaded barrel compared to what he had recently.
41.
He's actually come back to the sport after a little bit of time away. Just had a little bit of a break after losing to get the lakeside to Sebastian Białecki. Didn't do Q school this year. That's a max for Bevan.
180.
And he's said that he's really enjoying the game again, watching more darts than he has done in the past and just trying to really recapture that love of the game
27.
again.
Cloudcar,
You gotta enjoy it.
64.
You do spend a lot of time. It's a lot of commitment and sacrifice. You got to enjoy what you're doing.
Well, Ben would love this if the
Game
double
shot on the
16
third
goes,
leg.
and it does
Come
go,
on,
and he
Bevan.
leads 2-1, and he could be now halfway towards potentially
Fourth leg
2
Scott
wins
is
from
through
2
first.
to
Game on.
kickstart his day.
$83. $60. $28.
Just starting to go a little bit wayward again. Scott Marsh. That was the concern in the opening game, the loss of the 20 line.
60.
You could see the concern there at the back of the stage. See, as a player, you don't like missing the treble, obviously, but you don't mind as long as you're keeping straight. And it's
85.
the high or low miss. It's when they start going left and right.
Got to have something that encourages you, haven't you?
45.
No, Bevan not able to capitalise here. He seems to be playing his best darts when he's got the throw.
Just feels like this game is meandering to a little bit of a stalemate at this present
40.
moment in time. But Bevan must be thinking now, on the back of that Marsh slip, this is the chance to really hammer home the advantage in this leg and to get the break and open up a 3-1
42.
lead.
$41.
Still, Bevan not really being able to punish what's been quite a lackluster leg on Marsh's
140.
throw up until that point. But even still, if Marsh can crank in a big turn, he's favourite to win it and level up.
$28. Cloudcar 154.
He's now got the advantages down to a finish and Marsh not. So 6 darts here at 154.
96.
A big last start there as well. Should be giving him 2 darts at the outer ring to get the breaker throw and get full control.
$82. Cloudcar 58.
So this is for the break, and this is a 3-1. Tots are Bevan. Double 10. In it
Game show of
goes.
the
And
fourth
Bevan
leg,
now may well have
Cleveland.
broken the back of this match because he's broken Scott Marsh to
Fifth leg,
lead
Cleveland
3-1.
first.
And now
Game on.
has the throw in his favour to complete a second victory from 2 on this Friday afternoon.
100.
It's going to be some real alarm bells ringing here
97.
for Scott Marsh. Okay, he beat Ben Payne in his first match, but his level of performance so far today has not been
140.
there at all.
It just seems who's going to take the reins in this race for the second place.
It's like nobody wants it.
180.
It's like they all want it too much. 9 darts thrown here, though, for Bevan to leave himself on 81. This is what he's capable of. This is what we warned you of at the start of the day.
Climb the car 81.
Far, far better than the results suggested yesterday. And he looks like he's going to set this up nicely for 3 darts at the
49.
double for back-to-back victories. First one was 4-2 against Adam Paxton. This one could be even better against Marsh.
And again, the number's really good. Averaging in excess of 90 again. Average 91.5 against Paxton. Was 4 for 9 on
41.
his doubles. That's
Climb the car 52.
improved as well in this contest. If he pins it first time, it'll be 50%. And it'd be a 13-darter to win this game.
Game
And
show
indeed
of
it
the
will
match,
be.
Bevan.
And it's a double success for Llew Bevan on this Friday afternoon. He beat Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 1. Another average in excess of 90. 50% on the doubles, but Scott Marsh has got a lot of work to do here. He won his first one, loses the second one, but it's the numbers which are going to be the big concern for him. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Ben Payne take on Mike Warburton.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius Labanowski.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the mark.
He gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw a brilliant performance from Bevan getting the better of Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 1. Really good average again, in excess of 90, finishing off with a 13 darter, 50% on the doubles as well. A lot to like about that performance. But 5th up for us, Ben Payne, Mike Warburton, Matthew Edgar alongside myself to talk about all of the action over the course of the afternoon. And if Mike Warburton wins this game, then that is it. We felt before the beginning of the day he's pretty much there. When he beat Crabtree, we thought he broke the back. And if he wins this one, it's all confirmed.
Well, it'll be a fixture that he'll probably feel quite confident in. A fixture he's had a lot of success in over the last couple of days. Ben Payne just
First leg bended through
looks
first.
like trying to get a bit of feeling in the arm. We know he struggled with a little bit of an elbow issue before arriving here at the Super Series, and it did seem to flare up in the middle part of yesterday. And I wonder if it's
92.
just flaring up a little bit before the start of this game. If it is, this is not the ideal game to play. The man who's full of confidence. Mike Warburton, top of the table, 6 wins from 6.
And he'll be the type of player that will not even relinquish. Even when he wins the next game, or wins the next game that gets him through,
41.
he'll then look at, well, can we make it 10 from 10? That intensity is not saying that ever drops a Warby in whatever game he plays. And I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it right here, right now. I think Mike Warburton does the double
41.
stack.
70.
Big, early, bold call from Henry Deacon. If he's going to be correct, that means he's going to have to beat Bevan in game 7, Scott Marsh in game 10,
100.
and Adam Paxton in game number 14. How important could that game be for Adam Paxton come the end of the day?
Well, the next one is absolutely
44.
gigantic for Paxton and Crabtree. But Warburton here will be hoping to enjoy it while he's sat down, feet up on the table, saying thank you very much. I'm through to tomorrow night. You can scrap it out amongst yourselves, lads, but
140.
I'll see you there. I'm going to grab my coat.
Going to grab Jan Decker?
Mr. Coat.
80. Mike the car 120.
I still don't get it.
Got to be one of the worst gimmicks / nicknames within the sport ever.
And if I'm saying that, then it must be bad. Tots of Warburton for the 120.
80.
Doesn't go. Like, honestly, what was he thinking?
I don't think he was.
118.
Good setup play
Mike
there,
the
though,
car
from
40.
Ben Payne, but Warburton 3 darts to break the throw.
Getting shot on the first leg, Mike Warburton.
Minimal fuss. And just looking at Ben Payne, he looks beaten now, doesn't he?
Second leg,
He
Mike
looks like he's
through
had enough.
first. Game on.
The shoulders slumped, the head bowed, the disappointment clear and evident. And that disappointment may come down to the fact that the elbow feeling a bit sore, and he'll be thinking, I've been waiting all this time. Why did it have
95.
to flare up this week?
And I can imagine after 5 days of feeling this way that you must feel a fairly low ebb.
93.
He will, but from the lowest lows could come the highest highs, because what it should do is it should send him away from here and encourage him to put the effort and the work in to come back to put this
100.
right and show what he is capable of.
$100. $96. $40. $44.
Just dropped that a bit low, which leaves him on no finish. Ben Payne maybe first actually down, but just Not opening the hand. You can see the fingers flicking out to the side.
66.
We give for a ton right now.
60.
Although he does have time on his side, he will have a poke at the 106, but under what pressure from Payne?
66. Mario Car 106.
Offline is probably the couple of words. That's probably been the word of the day, hasn't it, with the news about all the internet outages? Double 16 for the 106.
74. Ben Car 136.
Significantly harder task here for Ben Payne, who needs 2 trebles to get a dart at the double. But there's one. Warburton again, 3 darts in hand.
96. Mario Car
It's just a
52.
visit ahead, Warburton, whether he's got the darts or not in the early part of this game.
Getting shot on the second leg. Mike
And
Warburton.
Warburton doubles his lead to 2-0, and a pained expression on Ben's face.
Game on.
Shining through again.
$77.
Don't forget, coming up after this, we have a real crackerjack of a match. As Paxton
60.
takes on Crabtree. Game 6 of our session. Game 6 of 25 we're going to commentate on today,
100.
Matt.
$100. 46. 140.
140 for Warburton, looking for the double break, which will probably break the back of Ben Payne.
43.
He looks like a broken man right now. The Payne expression's back again. And we saw this kind of
60.
struggle in the middle of the session yesterday where the shoulder really wasn't playing ball, but somehow managed to find a way to recover to beat Scott Marsh in the last game of the session. Actually bookended his day with victories on
75.
day one, but
Mario
I
Car
feel like those
141.
floating thoughts are a long way away at this present moment in time. Warburton looking for the 141 to move 3-0 to the good. You'll expect 6. but
130.
Payne is on a
Ben Car
finish.
160.
Well, I said it in the last leg, it feels
60.
like Warburton's a throw
Mario
ahead
Car
all the
11.
time when it comes down to the back end, and it should actually be Ben Payne, because Ben Payne's thrown first, so this for a double break of throw. And all just looking a little
Getting
bit
shot
too
on the third
comfortable at
leg,
the
Mike
moment for
Warburton.
Warby.
Who leads
Fourth leg match is
3-0
through first.
and is in
Game
full
on.
control and is now a leg away from tomorrow night's final.
More context in the Payne for Ben. He lost 4-0 in the opening game to Scott Marsh. He's yet to win a leg so far today.
100.
And the biggest danger is the thing that's been so strong for him so far this week has been his finishing. That was the thing that let him down in his opening game against Marsh. He had
100.
8 darts at a double and couldn't convert any. Is today just one day too far for Ben?
$60.
He didn't like that, did he? Looked like he was going to start a row with the 60.
He's not somebody that
30.
I would mess with, is Warby. Put it this way, I think he'd deal with me quite easily.
Who would you mess with?
Oh, there's people I reckon I'd fancy in a scrap.
96.
Like,
I won't name because that's defamation.
well, I'm
60.
guessing it's going to be a very small list.
Flies, tadpoles, woodlouse. To be fair, the woodlouse would probably strangle me. Probably take the little hands for a walk. Anyway, Warby's on the cusp of qualification.
Easy for you to say. But so he's been a visit ahead.
Michael Carr, 65.
His streaks ahead. He's been a class ahead. And not just of this match, he's been a class ahead of the group. He's 62 points away. Doesn't need to be looking at the 12. Just going to set it up. And he's
33.
one successful dart away from guaranteeing that he will join Wesley Plazier on Saturday night.
Well, he was almost at times the forgotten man in Group A
100.
despite playing so
Michael
well.
Carr,
He is
32.
stuck to his guns in Group C, and he looks like now he's going to get his awards. Double 16 for a place in the final. Double 8. And we're going to see Mike on
Warburton.
Saturday night. Warburton qualifies for the finale, and he does so in sumptuous style. Look what it means to Mike Warburton. Done with a minimum of fuss. A 4-0 win against Ben Payne, restricting his opponent to no darts at a double. It was no fuss for Warby. He's going to be through. He's done the bread and butter. But the race for second place, well, it comes to fruition right here, right now. Huge game for Adam Paxton and Cam Crabtree. P2, P3 all going toe-to-toe on 6 points apiece. And I'm going to go and knock my teeth out and then put them back in again.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Marsh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Well, here we go then. This really is the game here in Group C. Mike Warburton sealing his qualification before the break with a 4-0 win against Ben Payne. But for Adam Paxton and Cam Crabtree, they're the two main protagonists for P2. They go toe-to-toe in our 6th game of the day, and both having lost their first matches of the session. Paxton losing out of a 97 average, hit 2 ton plus checkouts
Looks
against
like
Llew
Adam to
Bevan,
do first.
whilst Cam Crabtree lost out 4-2 to Mike
Game
Warburton.
on.
Crucially as well is Paxton with the darts in this fixture. Actually has the darts in each of his first 2 games. But for both players, you get the sense that this game has the
40.
feeling of now or never.
Well, these were the 2 that we thought would be the ones battling out for that second place. So the fact they're playing each other early gives them a real chance to take a big
57.
step forward. Leave one of them behind, take the points advantage. Big head-to-head clash.
100.
You got to say, in regards to who's looking the more likely, who's looking the more fluent, who's looking the more confident, who's looking the more
84.
believing, you've got to go with Paxton.
Unquestionably.
125.
Look, Cam will get his respect based on his CV and his reputation, but look, we've got to be honest as to what we've seen so far. Paxton's been the better player.
135.
And he's probably looked a bit more composed as well.
60.
However, chance here for Crabtree to strike on the Paxton throat. Try score means that Crabtree could have taken the ascendancy.
85.
Big last dart. Leads himself first to a finish, but Paxton can leave it far more handy. Should do from there. That dart one is perfectly sat for him. 140 leaves himself from 36. And Crabtree already needing to take out a big checkout. Another one of them. Would have left double 10, but he leaves himself tops if there is a mistake from Paxton. What
Game show
mistake?
The first leg, Adam Paxton.
It's
Second leg,
always
Campbell
good
through
when you
first. Game on.
expose a player like Adam Paxton, because he's been out there doing some good bits, but here he's exposed, he's under the cameras, he's under the watchful eye, and that exposure is actually just showing us how good he is. There's a quality player in here.
Well, these two gave us the game of the day yesterday.
100.
Crabtree 102, Paxton 101. Crabtree 4 from 4 on the doubles. Took out the 137 amongst 3 tub plus checkouts in that match. Also took out a 118 and 120. And it's fair to say that early on he's hit his straps.
100.
Get the sense Cam's one of those players that needs to get the blood pumping a little bit.
59.
Needs to have a little bit of edge.
$140. Camera car 128.
Triple 20 ball. Hopes that Paxton hasn't got one of the
45.
ton toppers that he took out against him yesterday here.
161.
This would hurt. Oh, bullseye. Oh
Game shot of the second
my!
leg. Adam Paxton.
Oh my indeed. Well, Pac-Man
Adam
packs a
through
punch. Breaks the throw at Crabtree. He leads 2-0.
Game on.
He took out 170 in the last game as well, and what was we just saying about Paxton? He's a player that's been exposed this week, and he's a player that is exposing quality. There is a
57.
class player developing here in Adam Paxton. Regardless of what happens, I can safely say this will not be the last time we
134.
see Adam Paxton at the Super Series.
I implore his return.
$100. $59.
He has really upped it, hasn't he, Paxton? Game on game, match on match, the match play, the game. This is
108.
absolutely top draw.
I'll tell you now, this is week winning form. This is week winning form.
58. Adam Car 164.
These two gave us a cracking game yesterday, didn't they? Paxton went down with 101.77. Well, he's rose it today. He's averaging 108.
48.
And Crabtree looks all at sea. His shirt might be green, but he'd be feeling blue right now.
60.
I don't know, he might be feeling
Adam
a bit
Car
green, a bit sick.
116.
Well, Paxton hit him where it hurt with a 161. It's actually his third tub plus finish today. He's already had the big fish. And he looks like he has this game exactly where he wants it, although Crabtree can apply pressure with a couple of trebles here. He's going to have to find a couple of trebles. But we're seeing a couple of darts go offline into that single 5, a couple of shooting
72.
flyers. Haven't seen a missed dart a double in this game for Adam. That's
Getting
3
shot on the
from
third
3.
leg.
He's
Adam
3-0
Paxton.
to the good. He is blowing Cam apart here.
Fourth leg Cam through first. Game on.
Now,
125.
I said before the day began, I thought this is the game that decides who goes through.
And at the moment,
60.
it's not just like Paxton's winning. He is absolutely taking it to Crabtree.
85.
The rest of the players enter the day. Paxton plays Marsh, Payne, and in the last he plays
100.
Warburton. So if Crabtree can win his last 3 games, and he will play Marsh before Paxton plays Warburton, there may
60.
just still be a chance. But the issue he does have is he's going to have to arrest a gap in the legs difference here, potentially.
57.
Got a chance to wrestle one back. I mean, when that first start's good, it's so good, but it
177.
just hasn't quite happened often enough for him.
Well, Paxton can almost just switch off from what's happening in this leg because he's got 2 legs where he will throw first, and they're the
60.
ones
Cam
that he'll be
54.
expecting to win.
However, Cam has 6, but he doesn't want to faff around. He just wants to get this done with full conviction and not give any glimmer of a hope to his opponent.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Cam
No
Crabtree.
mistake made, but this is the key leg for Adam
This leg
Paxton.
Adam
He
to through
has the
first.
darts
Game on.
here to seal a 4-1 success that will move him on to 8 points and put him in pole position to progress. You could argue this is as big a leg as he's thrown.
60.
Kicks off dry. Crabtree will see that as an opening.
100.
Certainly now a full house. Gives him the advantage. But back comes Paxton.
100.
So like Crabtree's playing bad here.
96.
Average of 97.57. It's just the timing has been so on point. The gameplay, the match play of Paxton.
Might be
60.
getting a taste of his own medicine here. But it's got a chance here to get the break back.
$58.
There's been too many visits like that. And Paxton is in no mood to mess about. He's seen the line.
140. Cam 167.
First poke at a finish goes to Crabtree. He's got a chance to set this up handy.
100.
Does.
Adam
Leaves a
Nicole,
potential 2-darter. Can
141.
Paxton treat us to another biggie? Give us 2 of the very biggest today.
All comes down to this for Cam
109.
Crabtree.
Cam Nicole,
It
67.
all comes down to this. 67 to stay in it. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 8. 1 left. Don't go.
59.
He
Adam
knows the
Nicole,
significance of that
52.
miss. And he knows that his opponent is 3 from 3 on the doubles. And he knows that this is a
He's got on the match,
huge
Adam
win for
Paxton.
Adam Paxton. And it is Pac-Man who's in pole position. And he looks in such a good suit now to progress his way through to tomorrow night's final. He beats Cam Crabtree in another enthralling affair. 4 legs to 1. 4 for 4 the doubles, including that 161 checkout. For Cam Crabtree, he is in severe danger of not making it through. Paxton's in the box seat. Warburton against Bevan comes up after this.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match. Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Paxton picked up a massive victory against Crabtree by 4 legs to 1. And it means that it is he who holds the aces and holds the cards in the race for a place in Saturday night's final. At the table then, Mike Warburton is through and through at a canter as well. 14 points to his name. Paxton, second position on 8, and now has a 5-leg lead on Crabtree as well as the 2-point gap that he has. Scott Marsh also on 6, and he will take on Adam Paxton in a couple of matches' time. If he could beat Adam, then there's a possibility that we could have 3 players on 8 points by the end of the next round of games. But it's all about the player at the top up against the player second bottom. But it's not quite as academic as you think, the fixture between Mike Warburton and Cloud Bevan, because Bevan's been playing some good darts today. Both his games have seen him average in excess of 90, and Mike Warburton just doing what he does, averaging in and around the mid-80s, reliable when it comes to the doubles, picking apart games as he needs to pick them apart. Solid, consistent, that's his mantra, and that has been the mentality which has seen him back into a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. He won a week in Series 3. He's looking to do it again in Series 8.
Mike, you're through first.
And for him, he can just do some damage to the rest of the field.
It's just that transfer of 2 days, isn't it, for Bevan? Just 1 win. Just something
59.
to give him some hope at this point. But I suppose the benefit right now is every single league position is a higher payout. So every time he's going up the
82.
table, he's just earning himself a little bit more money for the experience. $100.
140.
Some really intriguing fixtures coming up there, haven't we? Scott Marsh, Adam Paxton. That is a game that is must-win territory for Scott Marsh, or his chances will be pretty much completed.
And then Crabtree plays Payne thereafter.
140.
And then the next round we'll see Crabtree and Paxton play the bottom 2 in the group. But you get the sense
100.
Paxton is in such an assailable position. The problem as well Scott Marsh has got is the fact his legs difference is -2. Paxton's is +5. Okay, the fact they play each other the next, if Marsh can pick up a big win, then that can happen. But the issue for Scott Marsh
100.
is the numbers have been nowhere to be seen today. And Paxton so far is averaging 20 points, well, pretty much 20 points above him for the day.
I called it at the very, very start of the day. Match number
97,
14 is where I think it'll all be
102.
decided. Mike Warburton versus Adam Paxton. I'm going to stay with that.
Triple 14 or bull? Triple 14 leads tops.
82.
And that would have got Warburton up and
Final car,
running.
82.
Double 16. It's
Game shown in
1-0
the first
Bevan.
leg.
And he's in
Bevan.
darting heaven, isn't he, today?
Second leg clouded through first.
Goes back to what you were saying yesterday.
Game on.
What if he could have just got that one win? Because now, if he wins this game, he'd be level on points with Cam and Scott.
85.
Maybe a couple of Paxton. But it's the legs difference that will quell any floating thoughts.
100.
But he'll be thinking more than anything as well, just to do himself a bit
44.
of justice. Because when you're in this scenario, you're thinking, right, let's do enough to give myself a second chance or another go. And I think today he's most certainly done himself justice in that particular department.
100. 100. 100.
Warburton with such a textbook Warburton leg, 3 tons to kick off. And it just puts the Bevan throw under pressure. And he's going to get 6 darts here from 201 to equalise this encounter up.
$100.
You got your red pen out, Matt?
It's a very, very rare thing, isn't it? A 5-ton leg. You think it'd happen so many more
100.
times?
Microcar 101.
4 tons on the 101 finish. The 5-ton leg is on.
69. Clouder car 112.
Well, this to double his lead.
Warburton is going to get a poke of the 32 to square this
49.
contest up at one apiece.
Microcar 32. Game shot
And
on the
level we
second
are,
leg, Mike
1-1.
Warburton.
Warburton just hanging
Third
around
leg,
his
Mike,
level
through
as Bevan's
first.
just brought it
Game
down a
on.
little bit. This is kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier on. For a lot of
100.
players that are in Warburton's position, there could be a possibility that when you get through, the level of performance can drop because the intensity just lags a little bit. But Mike's one of those
91.
players that you could play for 10 pence down the town hall, but he'd still play with the same intensity than if you're playing for £1 million.
100.
He can only play this game one way, and that's on his sleeve, and
55.
with an air of all or nothing about it. And if you look at his scoring visits, right, over the last 2 legs, every single scoring visit has been a ton. For the last 2 legs.
100.
Well, we've called him Mr. Consistency. He doesn't get any more consistent and steady, and
100.
hard to beat than someone who just tons.
But doesn't this just sum up Mike Warburton as a player?
We said earlier, didn't we, and stand by that
60.
statement completely, that Mike Warburton rarely loses. You have to beat him.
$100.
Heard the phrase
Mario Kart
headstrong be
141.
bandied about as far as Mike Warburton's best qualities are concerned. Well, that's come to the fore this week because it could have been so easy for his week to have completely dismantled as a result of what happened in Group A. And maybe for a
65.
lesser player it would have.
Mario Kart 155.
But he has come back and he has been nigh on perfect so far.
$55. Mario Kart 76.
This is to turn this contest around. Going to get one dart in his hand. A double top for a 2-1 lead.
Getting shot in the third leg. Mike Warburton.
What else do you need to say? You don't need me to talk
Fourth leg
about the
clouded
brilliance
through
of Mike
first.
Warburton.
Game on.
It's just consistent, reliable firepower.
45.
Things are starting to shape up though now, aren't they, for what could be, in terms of standard, one of our best ever Saturday nights. We know Wesley Palazia's got a ticket.
100.
We know Mike Warburton's got a ticket. Who else could get a ticket, Henry?
You can get a ticket at home because we're going to show you a QR code right now, and that takes you to a
140.
website called www.dartshot.tv, and for the sum of £2, you too can be here at the Modus Live Lounge on a Saturday evening for a top night of darting entertainment featuring some of the best players in the
100.
world without a tour card. And if you're lucky enough, you may be able to have a meet and greet with Mr. Matthew Edgar himself.
Did you just say you too were going to be here?
97.
Oh, are they? I didn't hear about that. Sounds like we've got a beautiful day ahead then.
100.
By the way, Warby's doing the tunting again.
100.
I really do think if you've ever been interested in coming down to the Super Series for a Saturday night, this is the week, because you are going to get
60.
a quality night
Mario
of
Kart
action and entertainment.
119.
It has the seal of approval. That doesn't.
79. Mario Kart 141.
Well, this would be so typically Warby. But the 141 isn't going to go, and there has been an issue yesterday. It was the doubles, but he's rectified it here today.
60. Mario Kart 40.
Carl Bevan, 4 from 8 against Marsh, 4 from
Game shot on
9
the fourth leg,
against
Carl Bevan.
Paxton, and 2 from 2 here. And this game is level at 2-2.
To through first. Game on. $96.
And so we head to the midway point of this match. Heading towards the middle point of the afternoon session, but
81.
we're going to have 10 more games tonight from 10 p.m. for you to enjoy from Group B. Aidan Kirk very much has a vice-like grip on qualification through to the finals.
58.
And the rest really is up for interpretation. We'll find out how that goes from 10.
100.
A lot of stories developing, isn't they, from the Group B campaign. Can Aidan Kirk get over the line, get the job done, and continue his form?
99.
Bolton, Tingstrom and Cole very much in a battle for the 2 places, and, well, Harry Gregory will be hoping to find some element
125.
of fluency within his game this evening. He'll just be happy if he can throw the darts and feel comfortable.
60.
Well, suddenly here, when Warburton looked like he had a stranglehold of this contest, as Bevan look as if he may get the break, and if he does, he'd be 3-2 up and then have the darts to win the match.
69. $100. Cloud car 126.
Well, Warburton on a 2-darter, but Bevan should get a dart at least at the bull. The bull it is. Oh, magnificent! Beautifully pinned into the bottom of the ball, and Bevan breaks.
6-leg Cloudy through first. Game on.
Mike Warburton's perfect campaign in trouble. We know he's qualified. He would want to qualify winning all 10. But that in serious threat now. Bevan, the doubles was the problem yesterday. Today, they've been a strength. 4 from 9 in his opening game. 50% in game 2, 4 from 8. And right
100.
Now, 100%, 3 from 3.
Really is looking the part, isn't he?
60.
Next up, Marsh and Paxton. Crabtree, Payne rounds off our third cycle of matches on this Friday afternoon.
60.
So Warburton here is just stuttering to a stop a little bit. When it was 2-1 Warburton, the way he was
100.
playing, you thought there was only one winner in this contest. Suddenly it's flip-flopped the other way, and Bevan should get 6 from 201 here. He's going to get 6 from 201.
Well, Warburton's doing what he was doing, where he's finding that
60.
one treble visit and hitting the tons all the time. It's forced Bevan to raise the levels, and he is. 14 scores of a ton or more for Mike Warburton, but only 1 of 140 or more.
Be ironic if he found his first maximum there. But Bevan here, another really good performance, really showing his quality here. And he's looking at 96 to take out a 4-2 win. He's got time on his hands, time on his side, and he's going to come back for tops to become the first player to depose of Mike Warburton in this group.
$60. Cloud car 40.
Tops for the match. Is that awkward? Moves across. Open better double 10. He'll probably prefer this. He loves it. And he's loving life on Friday at the Super Series. What a compare and contrast it's been for Cloud Bevan. He beats Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. He was 5 from 5 in the defeats column yesterday. He's 3 from 3 in the wins column today. And he becomes the first player to depose of Mike Warburton in this group. That is how an 88 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. He staved off the mid-match flurry from Warby coming up after the break. Well, this is a huge game. If Scott Marsh can get the better of Adam Paxton, we've got 3 players on 8 points. It's a huge match with huge consequences. If Paxton wins this, you sense that he is at a so comfortable position to progress. All right then, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've reached the midway point of our Friday afternoon session. And before the break, Bevan made it 3 wins from 3, going to the better Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2, averaging 88.84. Bevan, 4 from 6 on the doubles in the contest, including a 1-2-6 checkout. And so, for Adam Paxton, he can further stretch away his lead in terms of the race for P2 if he can get the better of Scott Marsh. Now, Paxton has been the player of the day, and there's no debate about that. 2 real strong performances out the gate, whereas for Scott Marsh, well, the 2 matches he's played so far haven't really heralded much in terms of good performances. But he's hoping that maybe he can just switch it on here, and if he can get a win, he would move himself on to
Game on.
8 points in the table, and it would make life very interesting. But he needs a big performance here. He needs his best performance here to beat Adam Paxton.
Paxton has been brilliant, hasn't he? He's been absolutely on it today. He's rose it to levels just like we thought he would. We said at the very, very start of the show that he's the sort of player that just normally takes a game or two to settle, and then you see the very best. And we really did see the very best in that game against Cam Crabtree. But something that's very interesting here is Adam Paxton has had a finish of 170, he's had a finish of 161, but in his opening game he was 2 from 2, in his second game he's 4 from 4. Adam Paxton's not missed a dart at a double all day.
60.
Right, can we change the lineup for double trouble, please, and put Adam Paxton in? Don't care, pick a player, put Paxton in.
$42. $93.
The one thing we're going to see though as well here from Adam Paxton is how he performs under pressure, because he's now got his nose in front. What is he like as a front runner? What is he like with that scoreboard pressure? I'm sure he hasn't played in this sort of environment too often where you've got a league table rather than a breakdown or a tournament bracket.
Because would you argue the game against Crabtree probably felt a little bit more knockout, so that probably settled him a bit more?
Yeah, that was a more aggressive game. Now he's almost defending.
138.
This is what could come up to be the perfect storm for Marsh. However, when the first dart lies perfectly set like that, he finds a way to cram a second in, and suddenly Marsh, who looked as if he was in a decent position at the beginning of the leg, may have to take out this double 8. Oh, he will.
First leg. Scott Marsh.
1-0 up. Feeling cheeky.
Second leg, Adam did through first. Game on.
And the other thing is, with Scott Marsh, is he's a different type of match player. He will draw you into a match play contest. If you were to have a carbon copy of a player that you'd say is difficult to beat,
58.
Scott Marsh is one of those players that will be put in that category. And he has the darts in this contest.
60.
I almost feel like we've written off Scott, and that's probably because of his first couple of performances. They haven't been up to scratch. He'll be the first to admit it.
And it's the fixtures as well, isn't it? That he's got still to come. Warburton, Paxton, who is playing now, and Crabtree. The 3 players at the top of the table. So if he is to do it, he's going to have to do it the hard way.
However, the fact he's got Paxton and Crabtree can suddenly put it closer to in his hands. I know it's not wouldn't fully be, but he puts himself in a real good position because you're taking points off of them.
43.
But Paxton here managing just to claw his way through in leg 2. And I think once he finds that ascendancy in a leg, he really runs with it. That being a case in point.
He's starting to trust himself again, isn't it? It just felt a little bit deliberate in that opening leg, maybe trying to make sure, and that's why I alluded to the fact of being a front runner. We're going to see how he handles that. Well,
93.
That was a question mark that may
68.
be very quickly answered.
Doesn't miss doubles.
Game show on the
Doesn't
second leg.
miss
Adam Paxton.
doubles. He has had 8 attempts at a double today.
First.
He has hit 7 of them. Before a dart was thrown yesterday, Adam Paxton was 16 to 1 to win the week with the odds compilers. I know he's still got a long way to go. I understand that. But the darts he's been throwing
60.
on a one-off game against a Wesley Brazier could do some damage. And that's effectively what we're saying, isn't it, tomorrow? We're saying it's Wesley Brazier against the rest of the field, whoever it may be.
Well, that's the story, isn't it? Can anyone stop Wesley?
$100. $80. $55.
Paxton does need to find a breaker throw somewhere along the way if he's going to get the victory against Marsh and put himself really in the ascendancy.
Do you know what I've been really pleased with is his timing. Every single time it looks like a player's making a mini mistake, he just comes in and he does something tangible to make them feel like they really have messed up. Oh my. Well, that's no mistake.
140. $43. Scott
This
Lucar,
is
109.
what the concern is for the backers of Paxton because Marsh is looking strong on his throat.
We actually saw it in his game against Cam yesterday where he did
71.
nothing against the darts. But he knew he had 4 legs at the throw and he utilised it to the best of his ability. He actually won that game with an average of 11 points less.
41.
Well, he
Shot
can
the car,
split for all he
38.
wants here, Marsh. And this is for a 2-1 lead in this contest. But he goes straight for the double 19. Now that's awkward. Now does he think? He has a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, may look at a split here.
6.
Sensible play there for Scott Marsh. That could have got really, really messy really quick. And with Paxton so far back, there was just no point in having the drama. Paxton raised the eyebrows to say, where have you been for the rest of the leg?
So 3 darts at 32 for Scott Marsh to lead 2-1 in this contest. Oh, this is awkward.
16. Adam Lucar, 92.
Well, this is a steal if Paxton takes this. Double-double, we know what he's going to do. Double 16, double top is what he'll always do on 72.
40.
Marsh can't afford to
16.
spurn any more chances. Well, he's not usually a fan of this part of the board. Double 4.
Getting shot
Nice
on the
that
third
side.
leg. Scott Marsh.
2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg Adam to through first. Game
That'll
on.
feel more like relief there for Scott Marsh rather than something that he's won.
That first start of Adam is just beginning to go
57.
above the bed a little bit more than it has done in his first couple of games.
Yeah, looking a bit wayward, potentially feeling the severity of the situation. Says he watches the Super Series
119.
on a regular basis. Felt surreal being here and now is in a chance to qualify for a Saturday night.
96.
Well, in this moment, it must feel fight or flight for him right now. It is those natural reactions that set in. And Scott Marsh
98.
is improving as well, it has to be said. That's a better first dart.
60.
But Marsh has wrestled the ascendancy of throwing this fourth leg.
$54. 82.
When you look through the performances, the numbers of Paxton, this is a significant drop-off. Not just from today, but from his entire campaign so far. And you can only put it down to the context that's surrounding this game for him right now.
60.
However, Marsh, who could have really run away with his leg, has only left himself on the fish. And so Paxton here, it's this point in the leg where he really comes alive. When it comes to the key crunch points.
170.
And suddenly, Scott Marsh has to take this out. And he won't take it out. And Paxton has only missed one dart at a double all day.
60. Adam McCarr, 68.
Well, he should be getting at least one here. Choices. It's going to be tops.
48. Scott McCarr, 110.
110 for Marsh. And goodness me, would this hurt. Triple 17 was what he was looking at.
50. Adam McCarr, 20.
I feel like these are three big darts for Adam Paxton. That's a lovely guide. Follows it, levels it at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Hanging in, but Scott Marsh strong on throw. He's only got to put
59.
in 2 more legs with the darts and he'll be over the line, and we'll be talking about Scott Marsh in contention for the qualifying place.
But the problem is you feel like Adam Paxton's got an elevation that he could just find at any moment.
59.
But for Scott, he's going to have to draw off every single acre of the vast experience that he has.
140.
Look at the teeth and the way he's digging into this task.
58.
I said at the beginning of this game, Scott is a hard match player. This is a case in point of that. Although he probably shouldn't have done that, although he's going to get away with it because Paxton can't leave a finish no matter what.
60.
Telling his darts to get up. They're lagging low. Bull or treble 14.
130.
Leads himself 32 after 12.
$60. Scott McCarr, 32.
32 for 3-2. And he's got acres of time. But this double eight's been so awkward for him. Very awkward. Very good dart.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott Marsh.
And Marsh is 3-2 in front.
Sixth leg, Adam to throw first.
We are
Game
going
on.
to learn so much about Adam Paxton right now.
Yeah, he put himself in a very good position, didn't he, when he had that fantastic performance against Cam Crabtree in the
45.
last, but this significant drop-off.
Marsh must be sensing blood about now.
41.
Do you know what? It hasn't been the best game. But sometimes you don't need to have the best games for them to be ladled with drama.
100.
Sometimes you just need an edge. Sometimes you just need something riding on it. And sometimes you just need that little bit of tension that just gives you drama. What do they say about darts? Sometimes misses are as
96.
dramatic as the hits.
Absolutely. This would really open up this group going into the final quarter.
100.
Well, Marsh needs a 2 treble turn here. Treble at least.
60.
And Paxton now holds all the aces to take us the distance. And that first dart is just working a bit better for him now.
60.
But he cannot use it with dart 3, and that's where the frustration is setting in.
He's literally living every single dart here, Adam Paxton. All the positives and all those strengths that we've talked about that he has shown us over his first 7 games, now working against him, unravelling.
100.
Living every single moment.
He will feel Scott Marsh breathing down his neck in this leg. But again, when it comes to the setup turn,
100.
he always seemingly finds something. Leaves himself on a 2-darter, forces Marsh to hit a couple of trebles to do the same. Of which he's not.
44. Adam require
It
96.
looks like we're going down to a last leg decider. Had to stay there. The lie was too good. Double 8.
Game shot on the
Well, the
6th
doubles
leg.
have come
Adam
to his
Paxton.
aid there, and we come to a crucial leg, a crucial crossroads in the destiny of this group.
Scott to throw first.
Marsh
Game on.
with the darts. He's been so strong on throw. He's going to have to be here. If he does, he gets on to 8 points. Keeps Paxton lurking, and it keeps Crabtree fighting. Keeps him swinging. Oh my goodness, what a start
171.
on throw.
He's been strong on throw and he's had no rival on throw. Paxton not been able to put anything against the darts, and he's been put up against it here. A maximum visit from Scott Marsh.
100.
But Marsh knows he has to follow up with something akin.
$45.
That slip now opens up the door for Paxton.
You feel the maximum visit has given him that luxury though.
60.
Boy, has there tensious air in this room. You can feel it up here.
59.
Just stumbling towards the line, but the damage done in the opening 3. You feel he's going to get an opportunity to win this match, Scott Marsh. But Paxton hit him back and hit him back hard.
140.
Well, suddenly now the max start for Marsh has been cancelled out. And suddenly here he has to switch it on again. But he may switch it on again.
121.
What a last dart. What a last dart. And what of Adam?
59. Scott the car 105.
3 darts absolutely on the wire. 3 well thrown darts, but Marsh will probably feel now that he's got 6 darts here at the 105. This just becomes a set-up play. Can Adam Paxton pull another
97.
big one out of the fire? He's
Adam
given us a
Car,
170. He's given us a 161.
He's going to have to take it out. And he's not going to. And so Scott Marsh is going to have 3 darts in his hand at double 4 to depose of Adam Paxton.
80. Scott the car 8.
Huge moment. He's 8 points away from being on 8 points and from keeping himself in contention. He's getting closer. But he cannot find a way.
Adam car 62.
And Paxton may get the ultimate reprieve here. He's been so good on his doubles, and he's going to get a match-winning chance here, Phil. He's going to get 2. And he only needs the 1.
Adam Paxton.
And Adam Paxton has used his trump card there because Scott Marsh put him right under it. He had 3 match darts to win the game. And look at that. It's relief more than anything on the face of Adam Paxton. It puts him back in pole position, and it now forces Cam Crabtree to win, because if he doesn't, it's pretty much over. We're going to be back with him and Ben Payne after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the drama has reached fever pitch. Before the break, Scott Marsh missed 3 darts at double 4 to beat Adam Paxton and to keep himself in the race. Paxton winning 4-3, and it means that from here on in, Crabtree has to win the lot and then hope for a mistake from Adam Paxton towards the finishing line. The situation is Warburton's on 14, Paxton's on 10 plus 6, Crabtree's on 6 and 0 legs difference, but he plays Payne here, who so far hasn't won a leg on day 2 of this group. Crabtree has to win this big. There's no mistaking that. If he wins it 4-0, he will bring the legs difference gap back down to 2, although Paxton does have to play Payne in the next rounder for fixtures.
41.
That will just give Cam just a little bit of hope.
Yeah, I think the vulnerability there that Paxton's shown in that last game is certainly going to encourage him here. But it all depends on how Cam Crabtree views the situation. Does he feel it's gone? Does he feel disappointed? I mean, you can look ahead to his fixtures, and he's got Scott Marsh to play himself now, who's out of the running. He's playing
92.
Payne. And yesterday, you'd have said playing Llew Bevan wouldn't have been a bad fixture, as he didn't win a game throughout the entire day, but so far today he's not lost one. But he is playing the bottom 3 now, Cam Crabtree, so he's still got some hope.
40.
He has to feel that he's broken the back of the day, the 2 hard games have come and gone, and he has to hope that Warby does a little bit of damage to Paxton. Well, he's going to have to hope that Warby does some damage to Paxton. Maxi leaves himself on 95. He's going to have to win 2 games big. The only advantage he has got is the fact he does have the game in hand, so he can accrue a better legs difference. 2 5s to get the first leg on the board. And realistically, every leg is seismic. Cannot afford for there to be slip-ups.
But Payne seems to be playing a bit fluent, doesn't he? He seems to be playing with a little bit more rhythm.
Getting shot on the first leg, Cam Crabtree.
But nice, clean kill, confident kill there from
Second leg,
Crabtree.
first. Game on.
For Ben, he's got to keep this rhythm going. He's got to keep this pace, keep this flow. Because that was better from Payne.
He has to flex his muscles now. I do wonder whether he can play with a little bit more freedom. I don't know.
34.
I think we're both in agreement he has to win this game 4-0.
He needs a big win, absolutely.
$134.
Didn't play bad against Adam Paxton, but his timing at key points was off, and that's kind of been the story of his week. But this is very good. Is it 7 treble 19s in this leg?
81. Come to car 62.
He's on for an 11. And he could be 2-0 up in next to no time at all. 12 darter, 2-0 Crabtree, and it's done in 3 minutes flat.
Through first. Game on.
Really has stepped up his game here, Cam. Back's against the wall and he's come out swinging.
139.
He's just in a flow, he's in a rhythm, he's in the zone. He's in the last chance saloon.
81.
Is this what good players do when their back's against the wall?
Absolutely.
58.
Just look at Humphries last night against Dimitri Vandenberg. Every time Dimitri hit hard, he came back and hit harder.
If you're Adam Paxton, you may feel a bit sick here because
100.
Crabtree's got to play twice before Adam plays again. If he puts in a couple of decent back-to-back performances, I don't care who you are, you're going to begin to feel a little bit nervous lurking behind.
Well, he already shown those signs, didn't he, against Scott Marsh, Adam Paxton. There's plenty more drama to come yet in this Group C.
Camera car, what did
But maybe not so much in this game. This is all about Crabtree.
Kind of been waiting for a performance like this
41.
for Cam for all week, if the truth be told, although a little bit of a slip there. Not that it should matter. Oh, maybe it will matter. Oh, maybe it will matter. Oh, it could matter, you know.
Camera car, 123.
From absolutely nowhere, Ben Payne's got himself back into the leg, back into contention.
Bull.
98. Benducar 100.
It's his best performance of the week. He's averaging 88. Tops. Oh, that's going to hurt. That is going to smart.
Ben Payne.
We said that Crabtree needs to get every leg he can find. I don't think he's in a mood for a fist bump. You can see it there. Because he cannot afford any mistakes. Best he can get now is to +3 at the end of this game.
Well, that were two fantastic visits
41.
there from Ben Payne, wasn't it? The maximum, the 180, and then the 100 out with a double-double. 280 points converted in 6. When it looked like Crabtree was just running away with things.
140.
Cam's probably thinking, why can't you do that in a couple of games' time against Adam?
180.
I said the rhythm and the fluency was good for Ben Payne. And he's hitting back against Cam.
97. 140.
This is by far the best we've seen of Ben Payne this week.
97. Benducar
Needed that.
140. $100.
Well, we've been
Benducar
waiting for this Ben Payne to
167.
arrive all week. But this would absolutely sting. It's the ball for Crabtree.
Game
Oh,
shot
wow.
on the fourth leg.
He needed a
Cam Crabtree.
moment. And there is the spark.
Fifth leg Camden through first.
It's the
Game
second
on.
12 darter of the game just to suppress Ben Payne.
Ben Payne left tops after 12. He did everything right. A fantastic leg. But look at this from Crabtree. Where has he been all week?
139.
Cam's thinking, right, carry on, pal. Do this
60.
against Adam.
Just look at
60.
the rhythm, the pace, the fluency. Everything's so good here for Crabtree.
But let's talk about Ben for a second. How much, even if he loses this
43.
game, the fact he's playing like he is, how much can he draw that in terms of confidence for his last couple of matches?
This is positive. He's had a very tough week. He's had a torrid
98.
week. He's had some poor results. Performance not always been there, but he's got something here. He's showing us, he's reminding us of the quality, the reason why he qualified here. But I feel that 167 may have been the final blow from Cam here.
66.
Well, this is what quality operators do. Just when he looked like he
60.
was in trouble, and he was in trouble because Payne was left on tots for 2-2 if that 167 didn't go. He's forced the issue, he's forced his hand,
49.
and he may
Benducar
well
144.
be tapping Paxton on the shoulder in a couple of moments' time. When the 18's route for the 144, but what a performance
98.
this has been.
Superb. Absolutely superb. But here comes Ben Payne again.
140.
But Crabtree's going to get 2 darts here to get the job done.
Tots of the match.
Game shot on the match,
What
Cam
a
Crabtree.
performance from Cam Crabtree, and it may well be enough to keep him in the mix. Well, that's as good as it's been for him all week. 103.33 is as good as it's been for Ben Payne all week. Carries on like that, then the last couple of games could well be fortuitous for him, but Crabtree with another brilliant performance. He needed it after the poor start to the day that he had made. He gets the better of Ben Payne by 4 legs to 1, averaging 103.33. 4 from 6 on the doubles, including the 167, one of 2 12 darters he had in the contest. And so we head to the final couple of rounds. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where myself and Matt have been watching the first 9 games of this afternoon session in the Coventry box. This is what we've seen. It's been drama, really, from dart 1 up until the last. Cam Crabtree keeping himself in the race for contention after losing his first 2. Adam Paxton lost his first 1 and then won the 2 thereafter. It creates a really dramatic race. Mike Warburton made life easy for himself, qualifying straight away, and he could do some damage to Adam Paxton later on in the session. But also we should mention Llew Bevan. What a start to the day he has made, Matt. 3 wins from 3.
Yeah, I said at the very, very start of the day, don't judge him on yesterday. If you're going to do that, you're going to get burnt today. Very, very dangerous thing to do, because he was a lot better than what he's shown yesterday. And he's shown a lot. It was just purely the finishing. He's tightened that up. The finishing, probably the best we've seen of anybody so far today. And that is why he's winning these games. And it wouldn't surprise me if he went through the card today.
And if so, it could lead to all sorts of drama. Let's talk about that race then for what seemingly is P2. We'll begin with Adam Paxton, because that game with Scott Marsh had 3 darts at double forward to win the game, couldn't take advantage of it. Paxton takes out that 62 in clutch moments. He's coming up with big things.
Yeah, I feel he got a bit fortunate in that situation, but I don't know if anyone ever wins anything, or very rarely wins anything, without having a moment of adversity and having to face a moment like that. And that was the one for Adam Paxton. He's not going to get away with that too often, so he needs to get straight back on it and start playing the darts he was at the beginning of the day again, if he is going to keep the advantage that he now has in the table.
And for Cam Crabtree, it could have been so easy after the first 2 games for his head to drop, and then probably got a little bit of a glimmer of hope actually because of the margin that Paxton win against Marsh. But then that performance there was just laying down a statement. That'll make Adam think a bit.
Yeah, that performance from Cam Crabtree there was absolutely incredible. He was challenged, he was pushed by Ben Payne. Ben Payne, he probably expected to go up there and win 4-0, 4-1 did at Cam Crabtree, but I don't think he'd have expected it in the style it was. Payne pushed him. He made him play, and Crabtree was playing that with an element of frustration, but still within the opportunity to get into this. And when you look at his fixtures ahead, he's going to fancy the job.
Well, let's have a look at the table then. At the midway point of the day, Warburton, well, he's comfortable. He's through. He's going to be in Saturday night. Paxton still in a very good suit. 2 points in front. Still with a decent lead in terms of the legs difference as well. But we should say that Ben Payne put in a performance just there that could put Adam on watch a little bit.
Adam will be very well aware of that. He'd have been keeping an eye on it just to see what the situation was. He is someone who knows darts very well. He watches quite a lot of darts, so he'll be aware of the situation, but it's that 2-horse race right now. Paxton's got a big advantage. 2 points is massive with only 2 games left on the board, and when you look at how many games Ben Payne's won so far this week, Paxton surely is going to fancy the job.
Well, this is how the day ends up for the pair. As you can see, Paxton has got Ben Payne in game 12, Mike Warburton in game 14. How significant could the fact that Crabtree plays first in terms of piling the pressure on Adam?
It's a big advantage. You say in penalties, don't they? The team that go first and who goes second, where the advantage lies. And I still think, I said at the start of the day, I'm standing by it. I don't see anything but at the moment. Game 14, Adam Paxton versus Mike Warburton being the one that decides it all.
Which running would you prefer?
I think I'd rather have the fixtures of Cam Crabtree, but I'd rather be in the Paxton position of having the points. So a bit of column A, bit of column B.
Well, Matt, thank you for now. I shall see you in a couple of minutes' time. We're going to make the little run over to the Coventry box. And whilst we do that, we're going to entertain you by seeing how you can be here in front of that stage watching the darts on a Saturday night. Well, the biggest shame is this drama isn't in front of a crowd here this afternoon, isn't it? But we go into our 10th game of the session. Scott Marsh against Mike Warburton. Marsh needs to win this game to have any flickering hope, although if the truth be told, he'll probably feel that the chance came and went when he lost to Adam Paxton. It feels like we can take a little bit of a breather now, Matt, and just enjoy the darts for a second.
Been enjoying the darts all day. This has been a fascinating day of twists, turns, drama, and not only that, we've got a double session. We'll be back tonight 10 o'clock for more of the same with Group B, where I think we're going to get a very, very similar sort of story.
First leg, Scott to throw first.
Well, Marsh has the darts, and as we know, he's very strong on throat. Warburton tasted defeat for the first time in his previous match against Bevan, who
60.
the player of the day, you'd have to say, the only player with 3 wins on the board. And in terms of performances over 3 games now as well, nobody can really match that. Crabtree's had glimpses. He had the 103, had the 94, but that was in a
60.
losing effort. Paxton came out the traps with 2 good performances. It's set up.
96.
It really is set up for a potential Grand Slam finish. But if Bevan beats Crabtree in the next, it is pretty much done.
100.
And the thing is, you do have this element which is very intriguing, the fact that you've got a player who's showing
85.
absolutely no signs of wilting in Adam Paxton, a player who has shown his best in the big games against an experienced horse in Crabtree. That's what makes the dynamic so
100.
intriguing.
$120.
Unfortunate dart there for Scott Marsh. Got to be touching the fascia of the board for it to count. And even a single 20 would have left the
100.
task
Got the
much
car,
easier for Scott Marsh
140.
here. He now needs 2 trebles rather than just the 1.
What he would give for a ton in this scenario, Scott, and how high he's going to go with dart 3.
80.
Not that high, Scott.
Right, the car,
Yeah, a bit too high
141.
there. He lost a dart in the last due to unfortunate, and he's lost one there due to being too safe, trying to get out of the way of the treble.
100. Scott the car, 60.
Gonna have to spur one in because his darts now stand up. This ain't gonna be as nice as perhaps it would have been a couple of years ago. Has to look at the top left-hand side. Double 10, the only saving grace. He's got an open bed to aim at, and he's been good on this double
40.
this week, but he cannot find it there.
41.
Break opportunity here for Warburton. The man who is guaranteed to be here on Saturday night.
Getting shot on the first leg,
But
Mike
he'll be looking
Warburton.
to make sure he can guarantee topping the group, which he'll do with a victory
Second leg,
here.
Mike
And
through first.
the
Game
difference
on.
is, in regards to Mike Warburton, all comes down to what he gets in his pocket. Because the higher in the table you finish, the more money you get.
100.
I mean, 2
85.
shirts of the 2 players really wouldn't look out of place in a garden centre, Matt, would it? Looks like you've looks like 2 people you'd ask
100.
when you're in home base for something.
Don't they wear orange?
No, that's B&Q, Matt. Other hardware and whatever they call them stores are available.
100.
Is it called a hardware store? I don't know. What you, Matt? Is there a B&Q in Portsmouth?
Nope. There's a P, an O, an R.
140.
Walked into that. Right, 161 for Warburton. Let's get back to the darts. We don't need to talk about fascias and all the rest of it.
125. Michael Carr, 161.
Now, Warburton has really sprung, hasn't he? Like a flower in May.
97.
Averaging 97 here. Really good performances from Warby. And I think that last game may have just
28.
broken the back of Scott Marsh.
64.
He had his chance. He couldn't take it. And he looks a deflated man. Warburton, 64 points away from a 2-0 lead. He's going to get a dart in his hand, a double top to do exactly that. Sorry, double
Getting shot on the
16.
second
My
leg.
apologies.
Mike
Double
Warburton.
16 is found for a 2-0 lead. My mind was on Mars.
Third leg
Well, at
shot
least
to
he knew what he
first.
wanted today,
Game on.
Henry. And he takes it out clean.
For some reason, honestly, I thought he was on 56, and I don't know why. My apologies about that. I don't know why, Matt. I don't know
57.
why. It's been a long week.
Yeah, but if he was on 56, he'd want a double 12. Because he had 2 16s.
I thought he had 56 left with 2 darts. I don't know why. I don't know why.
You was looking at the 8s.
I was
58.
looking in the wrong direction. Come on, I've commentated on how many thousands of matches here. I was going to get one wrong at some point.
One of them, 40.
Can't wait for all those people in their Spider-Man pyjamas and their Fortnite mattress in the mum's box room in the chat room to pipe up.
$100.
For Warburton, in the context of this fixture, the damage has been done by getting the breaker throw in the opening leg. Marsh up against it here. Up
82.
against big favourite in Warburton. I wonder if this is going to be a campaign that's offered some encouragement to Scott Marsh,
60.
maybe to get back out on the tours again and to try and climb the ladder.
He said that this has been a few months where he's really rekindling the love for the
100.
sport again, and there has been signs, but you can tell that Mike has been a man that hasn't played as much as he has done in recent times, and that's kind of their fruit
59.
at points, although
Scott
some of the bits we have seen have been very
122.
positive from him. I feel like we probably need to give him another couple of days to really judge where the game's at right now.
$90.
That's a great dart, that, to come around those two to find the treble. Good leg from Scott Marsh. He's left Mike Warburton stranded.
$60. Scott Ducar, 32.
Warburton's already got the breaker throw he needs. He doesn't need to keep breaking Scott Marsh.
Game shot
And
on the
he's not
third
going
leg.
to.
Scott Marsh.
Marsh gets a leg on the board.
He just knows he
Forward
needs to win
Mike
2
to
out of the next
first.
3 legs, and he
Game
could
on.
do that relatively stress-free. The drama will continue in Game 11 when we watch Llew, Bevan and Cam Crabtree go
140.
toe-to-toe. And then we'll watch Adam Paxton against Ben Payne. I'm not having a good game here, am I, Matt?
Oh, the Beast God has just
43.
done you in here. He says, Mum's box room, spoken like a man with experience. Give that man the award. He has just won the day. That's 1-0 to the Beast God. I'm sorry, Henry.
100.
Well, he's had spurts like this, hasn't he, Scott Marsh? But the spells haven't become patches.
Well, that's a maximum there against the Warburton throw, but it's not really
100.
effective because Warburton's still got the darts. And that comes on the basis of the 43 in the opening visit.
It's Warby, ton 40, ton.
Yeah, it's that gel, isn't it? It's the shots
Minor car
between. He's followed it up with
161.
60. Not down to a finish after 9, despite the maximum where Warburton is.
So Warburton looking at the 161 for 3-1. He's got 6 starts from here to do exactly that.
44.
He'll leave himself on 117 to move himself a leg away from victory in this contest. I have to say that it's been quite a comprehensive
92.
afternoon so far.
Minor car
Only the game between
117.
Marsh and Paxton has gone the distance so far, and we've only seen 2 other 4-2s. That was Bevan v Warburton. This is tops.
77.
117 don't
Minor
go.
car 126.
Has to find a way through to leave the bullseye. Cannot find, and so
54.
Warburton will look to fire
Minor
up
car
tops.
40.
Double 10.
Being
3,
shot on the fourth
1,
leg, Mike Warburton.
Warby.
So assured, isn't he? So confident.
Fifth leg's got to through first.
He's going to be a
Game on.
danger tomorrow night. You sort of really hope that it gets what it
140.
deserves tomorrow in regards to people coming and watching what is possibly going to be our greatest Saturday night in a group phase.
100.
What do you mean? Greatest finals night in a group phase ever? Question mark, explanation mark, question mark, explanation mark, 2 fire emojis.
Oh, at least 2 fire emojis.
Well, you can join us. You know what that means. We've got somebody whose specialist job is just to click the QR code. Well, they must be on their lunch break. Oh, no, they're still here. That is the QR code that you need to scan to be here tomorrow night.
140.
Takes you to a website called www.dartshot.tv. £2 the booking fee, and, well, based on the drama this week, why would you not want to be here tomorrow night?
92.
That's why he wanted to switch away from the treble 20. The dart just completely in the way there for Scott Marsh. A chance here for Warburton to make a critical blow.
140.
Just knows when to put the boot in, doesn't he?
$139. Microcar 121.
121 for Warburton to win this game 4-1. It's be for 12. If he can net the ball.
96.
Oof, got the light, got the late,
30.
just grazed the wire.
Fine effort that from Warburton to try and get it done in 12, but Marsh down in 12.
Getting shot on the fifth
Beautiful
leg.
clean
Scott
leg
Marsh.
there for Scott Marsh. A 13 darter. Warburton did all
Six
he
leg
could.
Mike to through first. Game on.
Textbook leg.
Good contest this. Marsh really has upped his levels in the second half of the day.
I do wonder if some of that comes down to the fact that now, in regards to his qualification, has gone that it maybe just a little bit more relaxed.
Well, we've seen it from Cloud Bevan today, and some may argue that could have been part of the reason why Cam put in the performance that he did against Ben. And actually, Ben in that game averaged just under 90. If he carries on playing at them levels, he
134.
should get some joy as the day reaches its conclusion.
Looks like Scott Marsh is just enjoying the battle now, rather than sort of living every dart and every moment, not sort of
97.
acting up or behaving to the cameras now, just enjoying the game.
We know his qualification's pretty much done, and so he can just enjoy playing on that stage. And he's played on some great stages, the Lakeside stage. He's played in Bridlington,
85.
where he didn't just play on that stage, but he also did a 800 metres around the building when he won the British Open.
One of the greatest celebrations I've ever seen, which I'm sure Connor Scott would argue
60.
greatly with.
Yep, I'm sure he's watching. He's here next week. Here's the sniper. sure you'll be thankful of the fact we've brought that one up again.
92.
I won't bring up the fact he was, what was it, 5-2 in front in that final? 5-3 in front?
You just did.
I did. Horrible man, you see, Matt.
60.
One thing they say about me is I'm a nasty fellow with a nasty side. You won't like me when I'm angry.
100.
Warburton just stumbling a little bit here in front of the finishing post.
100. Scott Ricard, 90.
Double 15 again for Marsh. He's just hit it in the last leg. That could be a friend.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Scott
From
Marsh.
3-1 down, Scott Marsh has brought this back.
7th and final leg. Scott to throw
He would
first.
now become favourite in running due to the advantage of the throw. Five to 6 apiece, the bookies go. Essentially saying, take your pick.
Well, we saw
58.
Scott strong in the scoring phase of his last leg decider against Adam Paxton a couple of games ago, but he had burnt 3 darts in his hand, a double forward to complete the win. And actually, if that was the case, if he won this game,
100.
he would be on 10 points. But then if my grandmother's had wheels, then she would have been a bike. Talking about bikes,
60.
Aidan Kirk's back later, the acclaimed author of Rusty the Old Bicycle. Heard you've ordered that on paperback today, Matt.
I'm not really a book reader, to be honest.
41.
Surprising.
I'll tell you what, I'll download it on a Kindle or something and we can read a chapter out between sessions today. Matt sounds overjoyed. Well, Marsh is not going to be overjoyed about this.
45.
Just seems to be when that finishing line comes into sight for Scott Marsh, doesn't it? The performance just seems to waver a little bit. Maybe just not so used to being in the situation after having a little bit of time away from the game.
100.
Just amplifies these sort of moments. Warburton, 70-point lead on the opening 9. If he comes up treble-less here, Warburton becomes huge
60.
favourite because essentially now he's got the darts. He does become big favourite. 1 to 5, Warburton. And he'll be hoping for a 140 to leave himself a treble away.
100.
Little look at the scoreboard, and I'll be happy to see that Marsh is going to need at least 2 trebles to even get down to a finish.
58.
So in the end, Warby has time to claw over the line in 7th. Another. Not to be, but
100.
not that he needed to get it all said and done here.
He's down, he's in range.
60.
But first, he's got to dodge match darts from Warburton. He's had a dart at the bullseye already to get the job done. He will get 2 more.
And he only needs the one. Mike Warburton with his 8th win in 9 beats Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 3. And again, they went all the way to a last leg decider. Warburton winning out in the end. Now with the real big games really do come thick and fast. It's Llew Bevan against Crabtree. Crabtree has to win. And we're going to watch that game in motion after this short break. Right, here we go then into game 11 of our session. And it is crunch time for Croydon's Cameron Crabtree. He has to win. Simple as that. Against Llew Bevan to keep any flickering flame alive. Well, he put in the performance of the day in his previous match, averaged an excess of 103. Took out a 167 checkout to beat Payne by 4 legs to 1. Before the break, we saw Mike Warburton make it 8 wins from 9 in getting the better of Scott Marsh in a last leg decider. Marsh improving the levels as the day goes along. That could be a worrying sign for Crabtree in the last game of the session, but that could be irrelevant if he loses this game to Llew Bevan, who is the only player today with a 100% record.
$93.
And you feel like Crabtree is going to be very well aware of the ability that he possesses as well, but that last performance from Crabtree, if he can be anything like that again, you'd be brave to go against him.
He's one of those players that raises his games as the opponent raises theirs. He very much is a player that reacts to match conditions.
$59.
What he's got to hope is
55.
that Llew has a little bit of a dip in performance and he can keep at his same levels. But first it's become apparent is that dart above the treble 20 is back. And that's bounced out so far, it's had to go all the way back down again. Well, that was an awkward fist bump. That means that Cam can set up with 6 darts here for 244. That spit out the board.
$100.
What a player he is. He really is showing it today.
133. Cameron car 144.
Said it so many times today, and I'll continue to say it because it's so important. Imagine had he got 1 win yesterday.
Llew car 40.
However,
20.
That's a miss.
Car 60.
And that opens up the door here for Crabtree to get the break in leg 1. Tops, perfect guide. Double 10, big dart, big find into the top corner. Crabtree breaks, leads 1-0.
Second leg clammed to through first. Game on.
Has to attack now on throw.
59.
Well, already punishing the dry start. 140 that.
140.
Paul Hinks just giving those darts an inspection.
81. $58. $140. $99.
So then all about the set-up turn for the pair in this second leg.
91.
Big last dart, leaves himself on the little fish.
$46. Cameron car 130.
Well, just about leaves Bevan on a finish. Crabtree 130 for a 2-0 lead. Treble 20 bull. Doesn't go and hopes that
90.
Bevan hasn't got something big in the locker.
158.
That first dart's just going above a little bit more now.
100.
So this is for 2-0.
Cameron car 40.
And to really have a grip on this game, Double 10 it is again. Double 10 that's found again. And Crabtree has a 2-zip lead.
Third leg clouded through first. Game on.
It's not been vintage, but it's just been enough.
94. $100. 60.
Crabtree got just one more game to go after this. He will have the throw.
93.
He takes on Scott Marsh, currently sat position 4 in the table. But the win here would just
100.
apply the pressure to Adam Paxton, who, it's got to be said, you could see was feeling it in that last game when he played Scott Marsh. Had to rely on a few
58.
missed match darts from Marsh to give him the opportunity to get over the line, but didn't let the opportunity pass him by. A lovely clean 62 finish. So
60.
it'll be an intriguing one, that one, when he takes on Ben Payne in the next, because Ben Payne, when he played Crabtree the game before, it was the performance of the week. So fluent,
47.
so likely, that performance of Ben Payne. It took an average of 103 from Crabtree to see him away.
87.
Big last dart, that. Crabtree needs to find a big turn. Remember, every leg is crucial for him here.
45. Close the car, 100. 60. Coming to car, 158.
Well, he hit a 167 against Ben Payne. He may need another big one here. He may get another big one here. Double 19. Oh
Game
my
shot on the
goodness,
third
it's
leg.
another
Come
sucker
Crabtree.
punch.
Fourth leg coming through first. Game on.
We don't know whether it's going to be too late, but goodness me, is he giving it a good old fight.
And is it 7 now? Real big finishers here. 110, 127, 118, 137, 120, 167, 158. And the significance is the 158 and the 167 are in games and at times when he needs them the most.
By the way, some of the ton plus finishes today have been incredible. 170, 161, 167, 158. Just tell me what exactly Adam Paxton must be thinking right now.
Shouldn't change. What Adam Paxton is thinking should
60.
be exactly the same as before Crabtree threw a dart in this game. It is win, and that's all he needs to think. Beat Ben Payne. It doesn't matter if it's 4-0 or 4-3.
140.
Just win, get the points on the board, because he's got the advantage. However, live in play, the advantage is with Crabtree.
140. Coming to car, 85.
Well, he's put in 2 real stern back-to-back performances here. Now then.
45.
Now then, with
Close the car,
75 left,
161.
he decided that the bullseye was not the option. And he was correct in his thinking. And so Crabtree will come back for
89.
tops
Coming to car,
here
40.
for a 4-0 win. He's
Finish
got
on
the
the
eye of the
mark,
tiger.
Cam
It's a 13 darter. And Cam Crabtree just keeps asking the questions. Whether he'll get the answers to them, we don't know. But he's keeping Adam Paxton on his toes all the way. Since Paxton's 4-3 win against Marsh, has won 8 legs with the concession of just 1. He goes above Paxton in the table, courtesy of that win by 1 leg on legs difference. And I tell you now, Adam Paxton will be about to leave the practice room as we speak, and he will see that on his monitor. And he has a big game against Ben Payne after this break, as this race for second place continues to intensify.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where suddenly the pressure's been put on Pac-Man Adam Paxton after Cam Crabtree beat Llew Bevan by 4-0. The first defeat for Bevan today, average in excess of 91, a 158 checkout, just when it looked like there was a little bit of pebble in that contest. And now we ask the question of this man, what can he do up against Ben Payne, who's bottom of the table, but showed glimpses in his last match? I suppose the question is, was it a one-game spurt?
First leg Adam did through first.
Has he just relaxed now that the pressure's off? I wonder.
Well, we're going to find out those answers, and we're going to find out some answers in regards to the game of Adam
60.
Paxton when he's under pressure.
Well, the thing is, I know he's played at ADC tour events, but I don't think he would have played under the pressure he's under now. And Ben Payne, I don't know what's happened, but a fuse has been lit here.
140.
He's just throwing with so much freedom all of a sudden.
66.
Maybe that's what he needs in his game, just a little bit of fluency, a little bit of rhythm. And in a way, this will be the best thing that could happen for Adam Paxton, because it will keep him focused. It will keep him focused on the game and playing a game. They don't want to go up there and
100.
have your opponent have
61.
sort of in and out visits. You need them to keep the mind focused.
99. Ben Ricard, 155.
It's almost as if that rattled and opened up the cage of Paxton, didn't it, that Max?
26. Adam Ricard, 62.
This has been a great first leg here. But can he finish the job off? Double 16. This has been his strong suit.
Shot on the first leg, Adam Paxton.
His doubling today has been absolutely incredible.
Second leg,
it was
bended through
perfect
first.
in his first two games. It was 4 out of 7 in game 3. And now he's pinned the double 16 first time in the first leg of game 4.
30. $134.
We talked about Cam Crabtree rising to the occasion and showing us that he's a big game player. I think Paxton doing the same here in what has been
85.
a really tidy Group C. It's almost a shame that we're going to have to lose one of Crabtree or Paxton.
Shame we couldn't have 3 through, really, isn't it?
60.
Will be 3 through tonight in Group B, where we've realistically got 4 contenders.
63.
Well, actually, we've realistically got 3 contenders for 2 places because Aidan Kirk is pretty much there.
I expect Andy Bourne to be much better tonight. I expect him to get through. I think
100.
it's between Tigster and Cole for P3.
$100.
This is a good spell from Ben. The issue he's got is his opponent's firing in something just as good.
93.
Look, we asked the question of Adam Paxton how he would respond. Well, the answers so far have been fairly good.
59.
Showing a lot of
Adam Carr,
character
114.
today as Adam Paxton.
Getting shot on the second leg. Adam Paxton.
Well, that again, another moment of quality. That's his 4th top plus checker of the day.
First. Game on.
He's 2 from 2 again on the doubles. I genuinely cannot remember a day where a player has been this good on the outer ring.
And we say the character of Adam Paxton that he's shown so far today and the quality that he's showing
120.
to further hammer home the point. He actually lost his opening game.
Could have lost to Scott Marsh as well. And after everything that happened thereafter, unless a man would have folded right now.
123.
And also, we're back in that era of every leg counts territory because it's so tight on the legs difference between him and Crabtree. And you've got to remember, Paxton plays Warburton last.
81.
Got to point out the average as well again for Ben Payne. We said he improved in the last game.
60.
He's running over the 80 again, which he's been nowhere near for this Group C campaign until the very last game. So he's starting to find something towards the back end of his time here at the Super Series.
Which I think would be a good thing because he can kind of walk away with a smile on his face. Well, hello. Why, hello.
Well, that's actually Ben Payne's 9th 180 of this group campaign.
140. Ben Ricard, 138.
Well, he's going to have to take out the 138. He could take out the 138. Another one of them would have given himself a dart at double 12. And so you expect Paxton to take this out in 13 the way he's been doubling today.
86.
Has not missed
20.
next to anything. The whole day he has missed 3 darts at a double.
Getting shot on the third leg. Adam Paxton.
What is this in terms of the doubling performance?
It's quality, that's what it is. It's class. It's world-class doubling. 3 from 3 here. 4 from 4 in game 2. 2
26.
from 2 in game 1. This is game number 4 that has spanned across hours of play. And he's missed 3 darts in competitive action.
$59.
You feel, though, if it does come down to that game 14 against Warburton, he's going to need to keep these stats just as high because Warburton is now the group
100.
winner. He's playing with freedom.
Also, it should be worth mentioning that Cam Crabtree probably now has to beat Scott Marsh 4-0 to stand the best possible chance. Because what 94. It would mean is if Paxton won this 4-0, Crabtree won 4-0, he would be on 12 points plus 11. Paxton would be on 12 points plus 10.
100.
And so that would mean that any victory for Mike Warburton in that game would ensure that Crabtree would go through. Realistically, this is a bit of an off leg for Paxton, and so
44.
he needs Ben Payne, this is Crabtree that is, to take this leg and to make his life a bit easier. It's every leg counts.
130. $43. Ben Ricard, 145.
He's got 6 from here, Ben Payne. Again, he's averaging 89 in this contest. Average 89 against Crabtree. Averaging 89 here.
27.
Well, he's not going to average 89 anymore. And that, by the way, could be for just one leg.
$97. Ben Ricard, 118.
Don't think that's out of range for Paxton. He's going to get a go. 170, 161 already gone today for Adam. This would be some finish. The
36.
context around this one so much more bigger, so much more important for a vital 2 points.
Well, you get the sense this is a huge win, a huge performance. A huge darted ball. Well, it's the first miss we've seen
125.
from him this game. It's only the
Bevan
fourth
car
miss we've
82.
seen from him on the doubles all day. Payne's going to get a dart. Tops. Doesn't go.
62.
And so Paxton's going to come back
39.
for a 4-0 win. An average just under 97. It forces
Game shot of the
Crabtree
match,
to
Adam
win his
Paxton.
last game. Adam Paxton is on the cusp. Pac-Man is almost there. He can almost taste the sounds, the sights of Saturday night. What a performance. Under that pressure, under that spotlight, he beats Ben Payne by 4-0, and it means that Crabtree doesn't just have to win this next game. You sense he's going to have to win it big, and he takes on Scott Marsh after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Marsh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 games to go, and this is how the group looks. Mike Warburton is safely through, comfortably through on 16 points. Adam Paxton second on 12. Crabtree on 10 points. Needs to win his last game to stand a chance and hope that Mike Warburton does the business against Adam Paxton. Crabtree in our first game of the final round. He takes on Scott Marsh, as you can see. Mike Warburton takes on Adam Paxton in the penultimate. Payne, Bevan is our last game, and that is basically to finalise the group. So then, this is huge for Cam Crabtree. He's worked his way back into the group after 2 defeats in his first 2 matches. He is up the levels at crucial times. But the thing is, Matt, it's not just about a win in this game. It's about realistically winning with a scoreline. 4-0, 4-1 means that any Warby win would see him in.
Yeah. And I think for Crabtree here, he will be thinking big
Looks
win,
like
but
Camden
obviously the most
first.
important thing is get it done,
Game
get it over
on.
the line, because Scott Marsh has been threatening, he's been dangerous in the last couple of games, certainly the last one against Mike Warburton.
Well, you could argue Crabtree fails to make it through. It was probably this fixture yesterday, at the beginning of the day, that was his undoing. He had match starts to beat Scott Marsh 4-3. Unable to do so. And that is why he's in the position he's in now. It hasn't been his week so far. Could well be the end of his week very soon. But he has to attack Scott Marsh right from the get-go, a bit like he had to in his previous 2 matches. Yes, he won 4-0, 4-1 those last 2 games. Yes, he played well, but his opponents also threw something back at him. 89 was the average of Payne. 86 was the average of Bevan. And the opportunities they got were scarce. But Scott Marsh is a bit of a different quantity, isn't he?
85.
He's someone that will draw you into the battle of a match.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Crabtree's just got to stay out of the way of. He's got to play with that rhythm,
96.
that fluency, that confidence in which he has found in his last couple of games where he's barely put a foot wrong.
$61.
But cannot relinquish
60.
now. And as I say, because of the way Scott plays, Crabtree won't be able to build the momentum that he was able to in those games against Bevan and Payne.
$100.
But will leave himself first to a finish.
$35. Camera car 94.
He's going to have time on that finish as well. Marsh unable to leave one. That's what he's sorted out, isn't it? That combination finish has been so good. 4 from 6 on the outer ring in his last couple of games, and that's why he's starting to turn this round and give himself some real hope that he can still qualify.
Do you think, genuinely, in his heart of hearts, did you think he blew it when he lost to Adam Paxton?
I think he was always on the back foot from that point, but I think he's always going to be quite hopeful that Warburton can do him the favour and get the victory over Paxton. But one thing we know, Warburton knows how good Paxton is. He said it in the interview at the end of the day. And it does. It looks like it's coming down to what Mr. Edgar thought.
41.
Game number 14.
Here he is, Mr. Edgar, primetime tips and all the rest of it.
125.
Just a reminder, every leg is huge for Crabtree because a 4-0 or 4-1 means that Warburton just has to beat Paxton to send him through and to eliminate Paxton, who, I tell you what, will feel awfully unlucky if that is to be the final score. Like I say, I hope Adam, whatever happens from here on in, is able to have maybe a Group A campaign, a week where he can really build some momentum, because I think there is a real player there.
I have very little doubt
56.
that we're going to be seeing Adam Paxton and a lot more of him.
An exciting player, and he could, well, he's still in the box seat. But the problem is, what this man's been doing has made everybody talk about him a little bit.
Well, he doesn't like that dart on the top line. He's had to move right way across, and that is a fantastic dart. All day we've been saying how he doesn't like that top dart or the dart on the top wire, and he's found a way round.
121. Camera car 80.
For a 2-0 lead, Crabtree is going to get a dart at tops.
Getting shot on
No
the second
mistake,
leg.
2-love.
Combination finish again there for Crabtree.
Third leg Cam to through first.
Cam
Game
and
on.
Paxton really bringing out the best when it is needed the most.
And he's got to remember as well, you've got to remember here, Scott Marsh is way off the pace. He has to cash in.
55.
Marsh has sort of reverted back to what we were seeing at the start of the day. Will be disappointed but maybe even at times encouraged.
100.
Be disappointed not to have got through because you never lose that sort of competitive side. But after having a bit of time away from the game, this may just encourage him to get back on the horse.
99.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the next 6 months, particularly to the end of the year, looks like for Scott Marsh. And then thereafter, he is still, of course, the reigning ADC England belt holder.
123.
That comes with its privileges.
60.
Comes with that prestige. And has the chance here to break Crabtree. And remember, 4-0 and 4-1 are the scorelines Crabtree realistically needs. Otherwise, we're playing the old legs
100.
needed mambo jambo. And this has been a slack leg from him.
58.
And Marsh is in striking range to get the breaker throw.
$58.
Again, that dart above the top wire.
99. Scott the car 120.
And so 120 plays 130 in this third leg. That's wide of the mark.
You wouldn't rule this out for Crabtree, would you? The way he's been finishing over the last sort of hour's worth of darts.
80. Camera car 130.
Maybe the biggest one of his ton plus checkouts. If he gets. This is crunch time again for Crabtree. He's going to get a dart at the ball to make it 3-0. Marsh watches on in the background. And he's going to get a chance.
Scott the car 40.
Marsh gets
Shot on the third leg,
tops.
Scott Marsh.
And now Crabtree has to win each of the last two.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
4-2 is not a disaster, but it requires Warby to win by a scoreline. And Scott Marsh
100.
is just beginning to up it a bit.
$45.
Beginning to turn the tide. This game's just beginning to seesaw a little bit.
Yeah, Marsh having his mid-game spurt.
140.
Starting to feel it a little bit. He's becoming a bit more animated, Scott Marsh.
$100. $82.
Great farm with the last. Okay, it does leave him on a finish, but it means he is going to have swaves of time to counteract Crabtree and level this up at 2-2. This is sweet, sweet music to the ears of Adam Paxton. Crabtree looks dejected. He looks as if this task could well be over.
$44.
Has to draw something here. Has to draw something here.
121. Scott the car 135.
Didn't need to go that way. Scott Marsh with Crabtree not on a finish. But sometimes players just like to play within the traditional patterns of which you would normally play. A beautiful set of shot in the end there to leave himself on 8-8. Crabtree will not like what he is seeing.
Has to hit big and hope. And now the flies into the 5 are beginning to appear.
81. Scott the car 16.
Well, this is a huge dart at 8-8. A huge dart. Moves across. Doesn't find.
Camera car
But
97.
Crabtree has to hit this 97. It's as simple as that. It's that night and day now. Double-double. was the plan.
59. Scott the car 8.
And so double 4 for Marsh. This double has given him turmoil today. This was a double he missed against Paxton, but he hits against Crabtree. It's 2-2. And now Crabtree has to win the last 2.
Fifth leg Camden through first. Game on. $43.
Just starting to desert him at the most important time. Goes to the back of the stage for that practice swing, which he's been doing on multiple occasions.
131.
Well, at this present moment in time, there feels like only one winner of this game, and that's Scott Marsh. But he can do that at any moment.
$58.
Suddenly, it's just beginning to click again.
100.
Two more games still to go. Llew, Bevan and Ben Payne will close the show. But these are the most important two, the ones we're watching
60.
now. Crabtree and Marsh, Warburton and Paxton up next.
$58.
Still in control of this leg, but Marsh could put on some scoreboard pressure here. Scoreboard pressure applied.
Come to car 120.
Well, now we head to the Crabtree crunch. It's above. Went ball because of it.
46. Scott the car 124.
If this goes, you can see the beginning of the end. Triple 18, he's been good on this. But he cannot find it there.
92.
But Crabtree, now more than ever, needs to find a combo finish. This really has, now or never, written all over it. It's 2 at double 16. He gets it first dart. He's been put in the well so many times today, but he just keeps conjuring up with something. However, he has to break the Marsh darts here.
Clean finish as well. That will build, that will grow, and I like the way there. Sometimes you see when a player takes it out and the other players at the drinks table, they'll sort of stand back and they'll wait till they come in. Nope. Cam goes back into position, stands at the back of the exclusion zone.
140.
Very good stagecraft.
$60.
Now a chance for Crabtree to extend. No treble in the opening 6 for Scott Marsh.
57.
But he's finding visits like this every now and then, and he's on throwing this leg, remember?
100.
Crabtree needs to fire in something big again. 140 will do.
Well, even 2 treble 19s there wouldn't have left him a finish. So a strange switch there for Scott Marsh. And Crabtree guaranteed 6, maybe more here to get the job done.
58.
There's been some questionable choices at times, hasn't there, regarding the mathematics of Scott Marsh.
Yeah, but he's going to have to improve. But
59.
This is it now for Crabtree. 106 for a 4-2 win. Triple 18. doesn't go. It's all about leaving a double now.
58.
He will leave himself on 48. If he takes this leg, Paxton needs 3 in the next. But goodness me, this leg could change. This leg could change.
140. Come to car 48.
Now there's pressure. This is Cam's big moment. Double 16. Big dart.
32.
That could be the miss.
70.
That could be the miss. Marsh has piled the pressure on, and now he's going to get a chance to square us up. But that's a 45. 45 leads 25. Crabtree cannot look. I bet Adam Paxton cannot look. It's double 8. Oh, that could be it. That could be it.
7th and final leg come to through first.
Crabtree had 2 darts to give himself a flickering hope. Even if he wins this game 4-3, he has to rely on Warby to win 4-1 or better.
93.
He's just got to give himself hope, hasn't he? He's got to win this leg, give himself any opportunity.
81. $96.
Crabtree had control. He was 2-0 up, 3-2 up. Had 2 darts to win it, 4-2.
$55. $60.
Now, I've just heard something in my ear, Matt. If this game goes 4-3 Crabtree, Adam Paxton needs 3 legs. Because if it goes down to 2 legs to Paxton, 4-2 Warburton, we go down to averages to decide who gets second place, because the head-to-head records are 4-1 either way in their head-to-head matches.
100.
This is going to be tight. This will be tight as well in that race.
Well, Crabtree will be glad to see no treble
45.
here from Scott Marsh, because he's got another opportunity to give himself some hope. He's got 6 starts from 152. But it's just getting a little bit edgy.
44.
Well, he's been here before. He thought he had it won before. But then Marsh found a big score.
81.
But he slips with the last.
108.
That was probably the best scenario there for Crabtree, because it means now Marsh would need 2 trebles. Had he stayed straight, it would have just been the 1. 93 left, treble 19.
67.
Still work to do. Still a little combo there for Crabtree.
Goodness me. This is to send Adam Paxton through to the final. But Marsh is not up to the 139. Well, this is it.
59.
Can Crabtree has had more lives than a Persian cat. He may run out of them if he misses this 41. Double 16. 2 8s.
25.
He's had 4 darts to win this
80.
game. And now Marsh comes back to win it. He should get a dart. He should get 1 dart at tops to win this game and to send Adam Paxton through. Crabtree looks away.
45. Camera car 16.
Now both players have had a dart for it. Paxton's effectively had a dart to go through there. This is to keep himself in it. Double 8 is found, and Crabtree is still in it, but just. Adam Paxton needs 3 legs against Mike Warburton to confirm his place into tomorrow night's final. A heart there, bit of love to someone. He looks deflated. He thinks he knows that his fate is a -1. Crabtree 4, Marsh 3. After the break, Warburton against Paxton.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious, wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Well, goodness gracious me is the correct phrase, isn't it? Because we go down to the boil, it all comes down to this. Now, Adam Paxton needs 3 legs against Mike Warburton to guarantee his place through. That was after Cam Crabtree could only beat Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 3. Now, if this game finishes Mike Warburton 4, Adam Paxton 2, then we will go down for only the 2nd time in Super Series history will a group be decided by averages. That was because both the meetings between this pair have finished 4-1 in one direction or another.
Game on.
And I can tell you that the averages going into this game for the players, Crabtree has the most slender of advantages. 87.43 his average over those games. Remember, Paxton's still got a game to play, so that can inflate up or down. 87.28. The margins couldn't be finer, but if Paxton can get to 3 legs, if Paxton can win, then the drama will be absolutely irrelevant. But he is taking on Mike Warburton, who has been the player of the group.
The winner of the group, the man who's topped the group. The man who is guaranteed a place on Saturday night.
85. $45.
But you can see the focus, can't you? You can see the determination on the face of Paxton.
$60.
You get the sense there may be a bit of tension at times in this contest.
78.
Forget tungsten time, it's tension time here. Warburton has the darts in this game.
96.
But realistically, Paxton just needs 3 holds.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it, when we're sat here describing it? But every single shot, every single dart will be lived and breathed here by Paxton, whether he's throwing them or whether a Warby is.
60.
It feels tense out there.
$58. Microcar 140.
Well, this is for Warby to take out leg 1. Well, that's high. But he should now guarantee himself a dart at tops.
100.
Forcing the question of Paxton, but if he gets a treble with dart 1 or dart 2, you fancy him to get the tops. And that dart 1 is sat perfectly. He's hardly missed a double all day. And he doesn't miss one there. Well, Pac-Man has packed a punch in the ribs of Crabtree there. He has wrestled the throw away from Warburton. Adam Paxton for the day before this game was 77% on his doubles.
That is so good. It's great having it in a game or a long format game, but to do it in this sort of scenario where it's game on, game off, game on, game off, and spread over so many hours, that is
100.
just elite finishing from Paxton.
There's not a player in the world that would not take them numbers. 14 from 18.
100.
And it's not just been like the outer ring. He's had 2 on the bullseye at the end of big combinations as well. The 170 and the 161.
$60.
Warburton looking to wrestle this game back
57.
in leg 2.
Microcar 161.
He's going to get 6 here for 161 to bring us back on level terms. He is a player that will go for every finish. He's very old school in that way.
97.
But what he is going to do is leave himself on 64.
For Paxton, he'll feel like that was a waste of a big finish, a waste of a big moment. You've got to follow those moments in. Especially
60.
in these situations, every single
64.
leg or potentially every single scoring dart could become vital.
8 for 2-0. Sorry, for 1-1. Level
Game
we are,
from the
14
second leg.
darter.
Warburton.
And Warburton puts us back on terms. He gets the break back.
Third leg Mike through first. Game on.
Paxton needs 3. 4-2 it goes down to averages. And at the moment, Paxton's averaging 74.
60. $45.
Do you reckon if it goes down to averages, Matt, we should do it like on the X Factor? We should get an envelope out and see who's won and not won. Just don't do the La La Land thing,
100.
you know, at the Oscars that year.
It's just bonkers, isn't it, how tight this group is, that we've got so much deciding criteria before we look at averages.
85.
That is like when we can't split them by any other metric. That is legs difference, legs won, head-to-head records. The amount of things that
60.
have to come into play for a group to be decided on averages.
And I should mention that that will now be based on an average dart for dart, though every single dart that's thrown is important.
140.
That is an important set of darts, because that may well force the breaker throw. And we don't know how aware Paxton is of the scenarios either.
Well,
59.
he wouldn't want to be aware of the scenarios. Right now, Paxton, the only scenario he wants to be aware of is beat Mike Warburton. If he does that, nothing matters.
You just keep finding moments like this.
180.
You might as well write the leg now. Paxton 2, Warburton 1, because he's not going to miss 2 at tops.
58.
Whatever the double
51.
it is, your sense this is going to go, because this has been doubling of elite standard. Double 16 for 2-1.
35.
Well, there is a miss, but Warby's not on the scene to capitalise yet.
164.
He's got 164. He's going to have to take it for the sake of Crabtree. Treble 18. Oof, goodness me.
98.
Well, 3 darts in hand,
16.
a double 8 for Adam Paxton to get himself to a safe space. Double 4.
12.
He's only missed
Microcar
4 darts at a
66.
double all day. He's just missed 5 in this leg. This one leg. And it's the one leg that means the most to him right now. A leg that could decide the fate. But that's not in. He will be back. Warburton missing the big number.
34.
Crabtree must be
Adam
feeling a
Paxton,
little
4.
bit sick watching on in the back room.
Oh, I bet. This is to put himself into the safe space, into the safe zone, to give himself at least a little bit of a guarantee. Double 2
Range
is
on the third
found.
leg. Adam
He gets to
Paxton.
2. And now the worst thing that can happen is if he goes out on averages.
Fourth leg Adam to through first.
He has the darts now to secure his place through to the finals tomorrow evening. Although, we should say that before this game started, Cam had a better average record than Adam Paxton by
44.
a couple of points. So effectively, he would have to average beyond 87 and probably a bit more to match Cam. He's averaging 71. So he probably does need the third leg.
He's got 3 opportunities to do it.
100.
He's going to have to throw in a couple. It's all in favour right now of Paxton.
$46. $100.
Will be tunning his way down in this leg. We've seen that a few times today.
$100.
And Mike Warburton will know all about this scenario as well. He's way
140.
too adept to this format. Problem is, does he know how tight it is in terms of this? Does he think Paxton's through? Maybe he's just relaxed a little bit. And that may be
55.
to the detriment of
Mike
Paxton, who's had a poor leg against the throw
161.
here.
$43. $60. Mike the car 118.
Another 6 to 118 for Warburton. Doesn't go.
$78.
Leaves himself tops. But this has been the stage of the leg where Adam Paxton has been so good.
96. Mike the car 40.
Tops for 2-2. Every dart feels like a moment right now.
No
And
score.
every miss
Adam
is
the car,
magnified.
100.
And this is it for Adam Paxton. And if he misses the treble first dart, he'll probably go tops.
Adam Paxton's first big moment here at the Super Series. Not going to land. I think he liked the lie there on the treble 20 to try and put one on top. But Warburton
42.
a chance to break this straight back.
Car 40.
For 2-2, and Paxton is sat waiting. It's double 10. It's a massive moment. It's a massive dart. We're back to 2-2.
Fifth leg, Mike.
Paxton must have believed for a moment there.
He had 3 lives. He's now got 2. 2 more opportunities to get the job done. 1 leg away from getting through to Saturday night on debut.
But Warburton will scrap away for all it's worth. Oh my, that's a great first dart. That's a great second.
140.
He just needed a moment like that. Just to spark him again. To get the blood pumping again.
100. $57.
Great last dart. Great
134.
visit. Forces Paxton into another 2 treble turn.
$140.
Warby has to set up perfectly here and hope. Crabtree really has to hope that Warby sets up and Paxton doesn't take.
Well, if it comes down to averages, I think Paxton's only hope now is to pop in some 9 darters.
Out of your car, 164.
You say just about has the ascendancy in this leg. Especially now. Wow.
128.
12 darts thrown, he's left a double. What has been his real key strength? This would be some blow.
It's down to this. And Warburton misses. And Paxton comes back. Double 18. He has been good on his doubles all
22.
day long. And now he looks at one to send himself through. Double 9.
18.
It doesn't go.
Car 190.
The misses are becoming apparent now.
That visit on the last one there from Warburton, scoring just 22 points. Leaves him with lots of work to do. He's not able to do it. Another opportunity for
59.
Paxton to get the job done, to book
18.
his ticket through to Saturday night. He's a dart away.
It's double 9. He split it. It's 10 for double 4. And Paxton will be into Saturday night. He had to work hard for it in the end, but an exhibition of brilliant finishing as well as powerful scoring sees him through. And he knows now that it's he that's in. It's going to be Crabtree who will head for home, and it will be Paxton who can now, relieved more than anything else, enjoy it. Finally enjoy it.
100.
Well, you say that, but I'm pretty sure that Paxton doesn't know the situation. I think he's just up there trying to win the game. Yeah, look at the table afterwards. That's the situation any player would want to be in.
60.
So it's just a bonus if you come off and you've actually qualified on legs difference. But you'll want to do this the right way. You'll want to do this by beating the man who's top of the table.
100.
And at his best, he can compete tomorrow. But there has been signs of nerves towards the finishing line. That's just only natural when you're in the position
50.
that Adam Paxton's in, when you've not been through this before.
$140.
Now he wants to do it properly. Now he wants to do it with a win.
$45. Out of your car, 161.
And he has got time to see the job through. 161 for Paxton to send himself through in style.
137.
He's going to leave himself on a double after 12.
26. Out of your car, 24.
To do it in style. To do it the right way.
To say that no one else could do no more. Double six.
Getting shot on the match. Adam
What
Paxton.
a couple of days it's been for Adam Paxman. Pac-Man, who said he was a Super Series fanboy, will experience his Super Series dream. He's going to be here on a Saturday night, and he's going to be in with a chance of being a Champions League player. He can breathe now. He can be relieved now. He beats Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. Goodness me, what drama we've had. And we can now breathe. We can now breathe. Ben Payne against Llew Bevan doesn't really have anything more than who's going to finish 4th or 5th. We're going to take a short break. We'll see you next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we send our congratulations to Adam Paxton for qualifying through to tomorrow night's final on debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He got the 3 legs that he needed. He then got the win against Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2 to seal his place through and depose Crabtree of another tilt to the title. The Series 7 runner-up is going to have to do it again in Series 9. That's the table. Warburton top of it, Paxton in 2nd place. Crabtree will end gloriously in 3rd, but ungloriously in 3rd. Warby and Paxton are through. They'll join Wesley Plaisir. Aidan Kirk probably will join them tonight from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, this game, nothing more than a send-off for Llew Bevan and Ben Payne. It's been quite the week for the pair. For Ben, I hope he's learned a lot from the experiences of the last 5 days. Hasn't been 100% fit all week, but the last couple of performances he really can hold his head high with. As for Llew Bevan, well, he really did show his potential, didn't he, over the course of today. And I hope that the selectors, whoever they may be, will look at him as a player that could get another chance in the near future.
121.
But Matt, we've sat in this commentary box on many an occasion together. We've seen a lot of drama over that time together.
55.
But the twists and the turns, the sea changes felt dramatic. But let's be honest, at no point really did Adam Paxton drop out.
45.
No, and what a recovery as well. Let's go back to game number 1. He actually lost. He lost his opening game today, and that point you probably feared the worst for Adam Paxton, but
55.
the early games fell into the play for him. Cam Crabtree not picking up a win. Then he went and beat Cam Crabtree himself.
180.
It's got to be said, Ben Payne on those maximums in this Group C has been a significant improvement. That is Ben Payne's 10th 180
60.
in
Ben
this
Carl,
group.
155.
Is it 6 today?
45.
Really has hit his straps here, Ben Payne. Remember, Payne beat Bevan in this fixture yesterday by 4 legs to 2. It was a fixture that began the group. It's going to be the one that rounds it off. 110 is going to go to
54.
Take out leg 1.
$140. Ben Ricard, 56.
Double 16 does
40.
not go. And so Bevan's going to return for the 51 to take out the opening leg against throw. It's double 16. And it's 1-0 Bevan.
Club Bevan.
I think that's the thing that'll probably disappoint Ben Payne the most, though. He's had so many maximums today. He's actually been the best 180 hitter of this entire group with those 10. But when it's come to it, it's not really bought him too many extra opportunities. When you look at, he is the best 180 hitter in the group, but yet he's only had 10 darts at a double.
140. $140.
Oh, Ben Payne looking to give us a shock result. Be the
60.
only one in the world of sport today. You know, we had Craig Galliano, and I was giving away useless
125.
Gibraltarian football facts a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Well, there's a team from Gibraltar who are based in a pub that got through to the second round of the Europa Conference League, and they're playing Copenhagen in a couple of weeks. This is 111 darter. Double 9. Sublime from Bevan.
Club Bevan.
Finishing, he hopes, with a bit of a flourish.
Third leg bender through first. Game on. $100. $100. $26.
Happy to say that we're going to hear from Adam Paxton at the end of this. I don't know whether he's going to have the words to describe this afternoon, Matt.
Well, we've struggled at times, haven't we? Because it's been so many twists and turns. It's been a really enthralling afternoon's action here at the Super Series. I feel we may get something similar tonight.
57.
Well, whilst we have the opportunity in this game, we're going to speak to Adam at the end of the show. So let's have a little bit of a chat about what we've seen in Group C. Mike Warburton, deserving winner, most consistent player.
40.
Yeah, he was always sort of the outsider of the week, wasn't he? He was someone who could really cause a bit of a threat, and he's certainly stepped it up in this group.
135. $100. Cloudcar 124.
So 1-2-4 for the break in 3-0. Bullseye.
99.
Just below. Wasn't a
Vendor
bad
car
dart at all.
98.
But Payne here was looking at triple 18 to leave himself double 12. Bevan should
58.
get another couple
Final
to
car 25.
open up a 3-zip lead in this contest. It's 2-8s that he wants. It's 2-8s that he gets. And Bevan is 3 up.
4-way clouded through first.
It's amazing what a
Game
difference
on.
a day makes, Matt. And if he wins this game, he would have won 4 from 5 on day 2.
60.
Well, yesterday his doubles 7 from 39, just 17%. He could have really been in the mix in this group.
61.
Just got a win, something yesterday.
As I say, I think he's done enough to justify another go. I'd like to see Llew
40.
back. But the race for second space, well,
43.
obviously we're going to speak to Adam, so let's talk about the other side of the coin. Cam will look at this week and think missed opportunity on a couple of occasions.
50.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be disappointed. He'll be disappointed to be in Group C, and then he'll be distraught to not get through to Saturday.
41.
Saturday would be the minimum expectation for Crabtree when he comes here to the Super Series now. So he'll be mightily disappointed, to say
44.
the very, very least.
$82.
Genuinely, the 3 Group A sessions and the 2 Group C sessions is as much fun as I've had commentating here at the Super Series as I've had in a long time.
121.
It's been a genuine pleasure to commentate on. It really has. And kudos has to go to the players.
27.
You know, not every week's as good as this week, but everybody stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, Group A was fantastic, and that one is done
41.
and dusted. Group C may be about to be done and dusted in about 6 starts' time, because Llew Bevan is 145 points away from picking up a 4-0
38.
success at the end of
Final
the day.
car 145.
He's got time on his side.
57.
And he's going to come back for 88 to
87.
complete a
Final car 88.
4-0 win to complete the day's action. In terms of Group C anyway, 18 bull. Bullseye to win it with style, to win it with
63.
substance.
Vendor car 122.
Big ask for Ben Payne to keep this game going, to keep the group alive a little bit longer. It's the bullseye.
97.
That may be the last
Final
start that
car
Ben Payne gets to
25.
throw on the Super Series stage for this series.
Because Bevan looks at double 8
Game
to
shot of
get the
match.
win and
Well,
to
Bevan.
seal a 4-0 success right to the very end of the day. He beats Ben Payne to 0, who showed some encouraging signs in his performance here today. And I hope that he will head back to Uckfield and will reflect upon his experiences, and hopefully we'll see him back as a better player next time around. But Llew Bevan wins 4-0. The story of the group, Mike Warburton is the victor. But Adam Paxton, on debut, is through. And we're going to chat to him next.
his ticket through to Saturday night is a dart away.
It's double 9, he split it. It's 10 for double 4. And Pac-Man will be into Saturday night. He had to work hard for it in the end, but an exhibition of brilliant finishing as well as powerful scoring sees him through. And he knows now that it's he that's in. It's going to be Crabtree who will head for home. Well, what a dramatic afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Mike Warburton, it was a bit of a breeze in the end, top of the table, 16 points to his name. But Adam Paxton had to work to get second spot, pipping Cam Crabtree in the penultimate game of the session to progress his way through on debut. And he joins us here in the studio now. Well, Adam, just describe the emotional roller coaster you must have gone through today.
Yeah, definitely. I was coming into this morning. I thought I wasn't very happy how I played yesterday. Obviously, I was in a good position in the league table. Losing first game, I thought that might really trouble me. And then winning against Cam, and then struggled in the next couple of games. I'm just so happy to finally get through. Yeah, it's quite strange, to be fair.
Well, this is the end of your game against Cam. He's back here for 67 to make it 3-2. Spurns these darts at 8-8. And then we've mentioned it actually before we spoke to you. Your doubles today were so good. Up until that last game, you're around about the 77% mark. That really was the key point, wasn't it?
Yeah, as I say, I wasn't very happy with my scoring yesterday at all. Normally my game is quite steady down, and then doubles, 100 down, I fancy my chances going out. So I'm glad today that it came in, and the game started, the doubles went in, and I was able to get over the lines, especially in those key moments. Like I think I had a 170, a 161, a 120. Those were the big shots at the big times. So I was happy that they fell in when I needed them.
Talk to me about the nerves of those last few games, because you could only be human to really feel it up there.
Well, could you not see them? Yeah, I didn't feel nervous whilst I was playing. The same as when I played Mike Warburton first game on yesterday. I didn't feel nervous when I was playing, but a lot of nervous darts were thrown. I felt like I was throwing good darts, and then it was 5 or a 1, and it was like, come on, Adam, what's going on? But yeah, towards the end, they were all talking backstage about who needs so many legs, because Bevan was coming back into it. Scott Marsh was playing well. Obviously, Cam was right on the tail. And I was just trying to block myself out, think, Adam, if you win, you're through. So that's what I was trying to do.
Did you know the situation going into the last game that you needed 3 legs, or was it just go up to win?
We were trying to work it out before Cam played. But the ultimate situation was, Adam, if you win, you're through. They were trying to work out legs, and to be fair, they weren't making much sense. So I just said, Adam, I literally shut off and ignored all of them. I was practicing by myself, went up on the stage and thought, win, and you're through. Didn't bother about legs, didn't try working it out. Normally, I'm very statistical. I love how many tons of it, 140s, I'm really nerdy like that. But I just thought, go up there and win. That's however it happens, 100 average, 50 average. I'm not bothered. I want to get there tomorrow.
Put it this way, if it was 4-2 to Warburton, the whole group would have gone down to overall average hits of you and Cam. That was how tight it was.
And I'd have lost apparently, so by 0.015 or 0.15
something
or
like that,
something.
yeah.
So yeah.
I just want to talk about the mentality there of Adam, because your player is very much new to the scene, very much inexperienced, particularly in environments like this, but he speaks like somebody who's been around the block for a while.
It's what you want to do. As a player, you don't want to go up there and think, I only need 2 legs. You're making a small goal within the goal. You're making a task within the task. The challenge should always be the same. Whenever you walk on that stage, you go on that stage to win. So why go up there with something smaller in mind? Go up there, win the game, win on points. That is the first deciding factor. You don't need to worry about averages, head-to-head records, all these other permutations if points are in your column. And that was the situation for Adam. He went up there to win it, and he did.
What is Cam going to be feeling right now?
He'll be good. He'll be disappointed. The minimum expectation now, every time Cam Crabtree comes into the Super Series, is that he is going to go through to a Saturday night at a bare minimum. And he missed out in Group A, ended up dropping into Group C. He'll be disappointed with that as part of it, but then not only to drop into a Group C, but then to not qualify through, will be disappointed. But this has been a very, very good Group C.
At least he gets to take home a pack of Haribos, I suppose. That's the only thing he can take away from this week. Right, let's have a look at the results for today. We'll have another chat with you in a second, Adam. This is what we've seen then on this Friday afternoon at the Live Lounge. A dramatic afternoon. And let's be honest, we thought after Game 2 we could be down right the way to the line, and that turned out to be the case. We got what we thought may happen today, a tight finish, but not in the way that we expected it.
The middle part of the day really summed that up there. When we look at Adam Paxton's results, not only the win against Crabtree, but the one against Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh did miss those match opportunities, and then Paxton on 62. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, a 62 finish. It doesn't sound as flashy as maybe the 170 he took earlier on or the 161, but that 62 was massive, because had that first dart not gone in the treble, it'd have been one dart of the double. You sort of got the same situation there as a Tumplers checkout. It doesn't sound a lot. It's only singles to it, but the main story at the end is that one dart of the double. That treble 10 was huge, maybe the biggest dart of the day.
I'm going to bring both of you in on this. We're going to show you the tournament bracket. I'll bring you in first, Adam, because when you saw that list of players at the beginning of the week, what was your first thoughts and first impressions?
I'll be honest, I know that I've been playing quite well. I was confident coming here. I was confident walking in. I didn't know who was coming in. You hear whispers in and amongst players. But then, yeah, you look at the Group A, there's 3 Pro Tour semi-finalists just a couple of weeks back. Group B is absolutely terrifying. And then those coming in from Group A to ours, you've got the English bout holder, Llew Bevan just won the Welsh National a couple of days ago, and obviously Cam, and then Ben Payne as well. So it's a terrifying lineup on paper. But I was confident in my own game. I was confident that I could get through. I haven't played how I would like to have done, but I'm through. So I know tomorrow is semi-finals, group stage. Anything can happen. So. Yeah.
In terms of tomorrow, in terms of the expectations, have you let anything get in mind, or are you just going to take this experience as it comes?
I'm on debut, so I'd say I'd be silly if I thought I'm going to get through to tomorrow, especially this week. But equally, as I say, I'm confident. So I would be disappointed if I didn't turn up tomorrow and didn't put a good account of myself. So, yeah. What will be, it's a game, isn't it? So anything can happen on the night.
And to get through to a final debut, you actually did it here, Matt, didn't you? And you made your debut. It's a special. It's almost like a justification, isn't it, of everything?
It's vindication as well. Like Adam just said there, he said he's confident in his ability, he's confident in how well he's been playing, but then in the next breath he's telling you the accolades and the achievements of all the other players. And that's what you do. You tend to look at those other players because he's done that. Well, now Adam's qualified and they haven't. So that just justifies the confidence. It backs up that. And then with that becomes more confidence, more belief, more desire to get out there and compete and take what they've got. And that's where Adam's probably going to be going now in regards to his career. He's going to be a threat tomorrow.
Let's just have another quick look back at the tournament brackets. We've got Group B coming up later on this evening. Now, Aidan Kirk looks as if he's in a very good position to make it through. It feels like it's all about that middle 3.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Aidan Kirk last night. I would love to see him follow that up and really sort of rubber stamp that performance. But yeah, it's a 3-way sort of split for 2 places, you feel. Harry Gregory, we saw the issues that he had last night. I don't expect that to be fixed over 24 hours. So it does look like it's 3 for 2.
So that is the Group B action, which is going to get underway from 10 o'clock this evening. But the final word, Adam, goes to you now. You've had quite the year this year, 9 darter on the ADC tour. You've picked up a few scalps here and there. Where does this all compare to that?
I'll keep riding the wave. I'm a realist. I know where my game's at. I know where I can go, which is in and amongst the best. But at the same time, I know I can be beaten by anybody. So see what happens tomorrow.
Well, many congratulations for making it through, Adam. Some great darts this week. Great to see you play, Matt. We're going to do it again tonight. It might be just as dramatic, you know.
I don't expect anything different. It's going to be a real tight race tonight.
Well, thank you for your coming, Matt. Adam, many congratulations. We'll see you from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel to see who is going to make it through Group B. Well, Warby made it bread and butter as far as getting out of Group C is concerned. But as for Pac-Man, well, he found another level and he's into the end game.